Hey guys, tonight we're slipping into a story that's stranger than you expect. You're strolling into the most powerful city the ancient world had ever known, and it sparkles, literally. Polished marble columns, dazzling white forums, and golden rooftops that catch the sun like they're auditioning for Olympus. But let's not be fooled by the shine. What looks like eternal glory might just be a very fancy cover up. Because beneath Rome's marble mask, decay danger, and a surprising amount of sewage. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop your time and location in the comments and tell me, would you survive in this century? Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You arrive in Rome at its peak around the 1st century CE. It's a sensory overload of grandeur. The sun bounces off blindingly, white marble fountains murmur sweet nothings in every piazza, and perfume wafts through courtyards where rich citizens toss flower petals over their dinner guests. You might think you've walked into history's best real estate listing, but something smells off, literally. The marble streets, oh yes, even the roads gleam, carry more than chariots and gossip. They're also host to a less glamorous guest refuse. Rotting fruit, discarded sandals, occasional, let's say night soil, all baking gently in the Mediterranean sun. Rome may have had aqueducts, but it never quite solved public trash collection. The city's beauty was a bit like a heavily powdered noblewoman, magnificent from a distance, but don't look too close. And the marble. Let's talk about that. The Romans didn't just use it for architecture, they weaponized it for status. A wealthy man's virtue wasn't judged by his kindness or wisdom, but by the cool, veined facade of his atrium. Houses weren't homes, they were marble brag sheets. And heaven help you if your villa had mismatched columns. That was practically social suicide. Ironically, many of these pure marble masterpieces were built by workers who never got to admire them. Enslaved laborers, often prisoners of war, or debtors, worked in scorching quarries and toxic lime kilns, feeding an insatiable Roman hunger for shine. Historians still debate whether this relentless drive for aesthetic perfection contributed to long-term structural decay, both in buildings and in society. Rome's obsession with grandeur even extended to its public image. If you were an emperor, and your forum didn't glisten like a jewelry box under the afternoon sun, were you even ruling? Augustus famously declared he found Rome a city of bricks and left it a city of marble. Which is catchy, sure. But what he didn't mention is how much of that marble came from conquered lands, stripped from temples, and repurposed for his glory. And repurposing was Rome's true superpower. Temples became churches. Public baths turned into wine cellars. Marble statues were re-chiseled into the likeness of the newest fashionable deity, or sometimes just shaved down for building filler. They recycled, yes, but not out of eco-consciousness, out of sheer political convenience. Nothing in Rome was sacred unless it served someone's narrative. Speaking of narratives, don't be fooled by those pristine busts you see in museums today. Romans loved to tweak their likenesses, just a bit more jawline here, a little less nose there. If you ever wonder why every emperor seems to have perfect cheekbones, remember ancient propaganda came in the form of stone. And once a statue was placed in a forum, it was as unchallenged as an imperial decree. But statues could only do so much. To truly impress or intimidate your rivals, you needed the architectural equivalent of shouting. Enter triumphal arches, oversized baths, and whole neighborhoods of show-off villas. One patrician reportedly spent more on the marble cladding of his dining room than on the construction of the house itself. And the dinner parties? Oh, we'll get to those. Spoiler alert, they don't always end well. Even the temples, those serene places of divine hush, were often more stage than sanctum. The gleaming columns and vaulted ceilings told Rome's people, "Look how favored we are by the gods." But favor didn't come cheap. Every marble altar was a line in a budget ledger. And the gods, they were watching. Or at least their priests were. And they had opinions on your donations. Of course, to pay for all this marble glory, Rome taxed everything that moved and everything that didn't. Water urine, yes, really even windows. The richer the look, the heavier the hidden cost. And while the elites toasted each other with wine chilled in snow, carted from the Apennines, the tenement dwellers crammed 10 to a room, listened to the marble gods, and wondered if they'd ever leave the ground floor. So here you are walking the streets of ancient Rome. You're dazzled. Who wouldn't be? The city feels alive with grandeur and rhythm. But like so many things in history, it's best not to take it at face value. Because beneath that gleaming mask of marble Rome is hiding something. The next time you pass a manhole cover, consider this. In ancient Rome, it might have been a political chessboard disguised as a drain. Yes, sometimes power flows right through the filth. You find yourself staring down into one of Rome's oldest, strangest accomplishments, the Cloaca Maxima, or, as you might cheekily translate it, the Great Drain. It's the ancient sewer system that still hums beneath the city's bones. From above, it's just a hole in the ground, but descend far enough, and you're wading through an engineering marvel that's part plumbing, part propaganda. Built around the 6th century BCE, the Cloaca Maxima wasn't just meant to drain swampy land. It was a flex, a shiny subterranean muscle of the early Roman state. And who gets credit for it? King Tarquinius Priscus, a name that sounds like someone's awkward uncle, but was in fact one of Rome's earliest rulers. Some accounts even credit the project to Etruscan engineers, which Rome tried to downplay because, well, nationalism is ancient too. Imagine being a Roman citizen hearing stories about how your ancestors conquered not just enemies, but nature itself. They'd say things like, "We tamed rivers and told them where to go," while leaving out the part where enslaved laborers hauled buckets of filth for days on end in ankle-deep sludge. But here's the twist. The cloaca wasn't just about keeping Rome's streets dry. It was political theater. The early kings used it to prove they could command nature, yes, but also to control people. Every stone laid was a statement. This city obeys me. And historians still debate its real origin story. Was it an Etruscan water management trick that Rome borrowed? Or was it a genuine Roman invention, retroactively credited to boost national pride? No one's entirely sure. But what's certain is that by the late Republic, the Cloaca Maxima had become a literal and symbolic drainpipe of power, reminding people that even their waste was under surveillance. You walk alongside one of the covered channels. The air is damp thick, with a scent best described as historic mildew and ambition. Above you, the forum bustles with politics and pretensions. Below, the cloaca slithers like a stone snake, invisible but essential. You start to realize something. Rome's cleanliness wasn't just about health, it was about hierarchy. Rich people's homes were connected to the sewer, the poor buckets, or windows, or nothing. The sewer was selective. And if your house was connected to it, you'd probably paid for the privilege or bribed someone who owed a favor. Plumbing was status. Toilets were social statements. Rome didn't just separate classes by wealth, it did it by where your waste went. And speaking of waste, one emperor, probably Vespasian, famous for taxing just about everything, introduced a fee on urine collected from public latrines. Why? Because it was used in tanning leather and laundering clothes. Yes, your toga might have been cleaned with recycled, well, let's call it liquid resources. When his son criticized him for such a distasteful tax, Vespasian allegedly held up a coin and asked if it smelled. Thus, we get the phrase pecunia non olet. Money doesn't stink. But the sewer wasn't all tax talk and engineering swagger. It also carried whispers. Literally, picture this: a disgraced senator whose fortune's gone down the drain figuratively, and maybe even literally tries to sneak letters to allies through sewer tunnels. Or a servant hears secrets while scrubbing marble near a drainage pipe that echoes words from a senator's villa. Pipes and politics were closer than you'd expect. And here's something that sounds like myth, but might be true. Occasional ritual offerings were tossed into the Cloaca Maxima. Coins, fruits, even figurines meant for underworld deities. The sewer wasn't just a dumping ground, it was also a symbolic descent into the realm of death and rebirth. Rome, even in its sanitation, couldn't resist a bit of spiritual flair. Some parts of the cloaca still exist today, though most people don't know they're walking above ancient drainage royalty. Archaeologists still explore it, tracing its path beneath churches and palazzos. One explorer described it as a tunnel of shadows that echoes empire. It's funny to think that something designed to carry away filth became a monument. But that's the Roman way. They turned bricks into temples, roads into propaganda, and sewers into symbols. The Cloaca Maxima wasn't just a marvel of civil engineering, it was Rome's underground resume. So the next time you marvel at a marble column, remember, underneath a river of secrets flows. It always has. If you think steam baths are all eucalyptus and cucumber slices, prepare to revise that image. In ancient Rome, the bathhouse was where reputations got scrubbed or ruined. You slide open the heavy bronze doors of the Thermae of Caracalla, and steam rolls out like a warm ghost. The air is thick with heat oil and something a bit spicier, gossip. Inside, tiled floors shine with condensation, and voices echo off the domed ceilings. This isn't just a place to clean your skin. It's where social grime gets stirred. Bathhouses in ancient Rome were the great equalizers. Rich or poor senator or shoemaker, you all ended up naked in the same tepidarium. But don't be fooled. While everyone looked equal on the outside, the political temperature could rival the caldarium. The water might have soothed muscles, but the whispers sharpened daggers. And yet, it was relaxing. Sort of. You'd start with a friendly chat, while oil-slathered attendants scraped sweat and dirt from your back, with strigils, curved metal scrapers that doubled as subtle weapons if needed. One flick too hard, and someone might think you're sending a message. Literally. The wrong scrape, in the wrong context, instant feud. But things didn't always stay friendly. Historians tell us bathhouses were notorious for being informal back rooms of Roman politics. If a senator invited you to meet him there, you weren't going for a soak, you were about to negotiate alliances, smooth over rivalries. Or occasionally fall victim to well-timed slander. And since bathhouses weren't exactly private, anything you said might be heard by the wrong ears. or the right ones, depending on your intentions. One rumor, deliciously unprovable, suggests that several mysterious deaths occurred shortly after slips in the steam rooms. A little olive oil on marble can go a long way. Accidents happen, right? Especially when your enemy just happens to have received a new villa the next day. But again, historians still debate whether these deaths were actual schemes or just urban legend wafting through the vapor. Of course, the gossip didn't end when the bathing did. In fact, the apoditirium, the changing room, was often louder than the baths themselves. This was where slaves held your clothes, and rivals sized up your shoes tunic, or how expensive your towel looked. There were even towel theft scandals. One poor merchant reportedly lost a full month's wages when someone walked off with his dyed Egyptian linen wrap. And yet, the bathhouse wasn't just about scheming. It was also about spectacle. Wrestlers displayed their physiques. Philosophers gave pop-up lectures while exfoliating. One poet even read verses aloud from a scroll balanced on his knee. Picture a slam poetry night, but everyone's in sandals and steam. Then there's the odd detail that people often miss. The Roman latrines were usually connected to the bathhouse complex. Yes, socializing continued over communal toilet seats carved into long marble benches. There were no dividers, only shared sponges on sticks. Will let that visual sink in. To modern sensibilities, it's wild. But in Rome, it was just another way to talk politics or eavesdrop. And just when you thought things couldn't get weirder, some wealthy patrons would bring perfumed slaves whose job was to waft scent through the air as they walked. A living air freshener, basically. Another senator supposedly paid a boy to sing flattering songs about him while he bathed, creating a personal PR bubble in the steam. But the most curious thing, despite all this decadence, bathhouses were also affordable. In fact, emperors often subsidized them. Why? Because a clean, distracted, and entertained populace was less likely to revolt. Bread circuses and spas. You wander through the cooling rooms, now your skin dewy, your ears buzzing from conversations you probably shouldn't have heard. Someone joked about the emperor's sandals. Another made a not-so-veiled comment about a missing estate deed. And someone else just casually mentioned they saw a senator's lover entering through the private door. The baths didn't just cleanse, they revealed who you greeted, who you ignored, who scraped your back. All of it was theater. So as the steam fades and the marble cools beneath your feet, remember, in ancient Rome, even the bubbles in your bath could burst with secrets. Imagine standing in a temple alone when suddenly the god answers your question in perfect Latin. Before you scream, consider that the Romans might have engineered the voice of divinity itself. You step cautiously into a quiet Roman temple. Sunlight filters through the columns, casting dappled shadows on a floor worn smooth by centuries of sandal soles. At first, everything seems ordinary statues, incense silence. Then a voice emerges from nowhere, echoing from the very stone, a soft murmur, reverent and clear. And you wonder, did Jupiter just whisper to you? Welcome to one of Rome's more curious secrets temples, with acoustic tricks that could simulate divine speech. Not all temples, mind you, just a few peculiar ones. Historians still debate which shrines held these secrets, but scattered evidence suggests that some priests may have used architectural sleight of hand to stage literal conversations with the gods. How echo chambers, hidden tubes, hollow bronze statues with speaking holes, even cleverly concealed humans behind curtains. Think of it like the ancient world's version of a ventriloquist act, except the audience was praying. One particularly suspicious site is the Temple of Serapis in Alexandria, technically outside Rome, but firmly within imperial influence. Travelers claim to hear divine utterances from the statue itself. Modern researchers suspect a system of hidden tubes may have connected the altar to a chamber where a priest, likely with a theatrical flair, responded on cue. Back in Rome, rumors swirled around lesser-known temples, tucked in residential districts, small shrines where a supplicant might ask for guidance and receive an unsettlingly specific reply. "The God hears you," the voice might say, echoing perfectly around the marble dome. Enough to make a skeptic believe or a believer tremble. Some of this was psychological. Roman temples were master classes in ambiance. Burnt offerings filled the air with spice and char. Choirs sang in tight harmony. The architecture enhanced even the smallest sound, turning footsteps into thunderclaps. Walk into a rotunda, and you might hear your own whisper bounce back, except it didn't sound like you. And sometimes, it wasn't. Now, was this all a scam that's still debated? Some priests likely believed they were enhancing the divine experience, others not so innocent. One account describes a priest miraculously guessing which coin a merchant had in his pouch after peeking through a hidden slit in the statue's base. Divine indeed. But it wasn't always deception. Some temples were genuinely built to resonate. The Pantheon, for example, creates a soft echo that seems to hover mid-air. If you clap, the sound returns slower than expected, as if drifting through oil. It's not magic, it's math. Roman engineers were geniuses at manipulating sound, even if they didn't always explain the mechanics. And these soundscapes weren't just for fun. They were power tools. Imagine a general consulting an oracle before war, receiving a booming voice from the heavens. Instant legitimacy. Divine approval on demand. It was the ancient version of a press release backed by acoustics. Even emperors got in on it. Nero, ever the showman, had parts of his Domus Aurea fitted with sound channels, not just for whispers, but for music that drifted down from hidden balconies. One banquet reportedly featured invisible singers performing from inside the walls. Roman guests didn't know whether to applaud or convert. And here's the part that makes it even more Roman people knew, or at least suspected, but they didn't always care. After all, a god that speaks fraud or not is a powerful thing. Belief in the effect often mattered more than the truth behind it. So as you stand in that temple, feeling the hairs on your neck rise with the acoustics, you wonder, was that a trick of marble and voice? Or something older, echoing from deeper down, you'll never really know. And maybe that's the point. They say the Forum was where Rome's heart beat loudest, but listen closer, and you'll hear it whispering instead. The secrets of empires weren't always shouted from podiums. You step onto the worn stones of the Roman Forum, the so-called center of the universe in its day. It stretches before you like a marble stage framed by crumbling temples, sun-warmed columns, and ruins that still hum with history. But despite its grandeur, this wasn't just a place for epic speeches. In fact, the real business of empire often happened in the margins, in the quiet corners, side paths, and murmured conversations behind pillars. You might expect the Forum to have been loud, and sure, at times it was. Triumphs paraded through with elephants and trumpets. Protesters shouted. Orators thundered from the rostra, their voices bouncing off stone. But beneath the performances, the Forum was alive with murmurs. Historians argue whether the Forum was more performance hall or backstage dressing room. Because the real power moves. They were subtle. a pat on the back that lingered, a quick exchange of scrolls, a handshake that never quite made eye contact. Whispers in Latin not just about taxes or treaties, but about betrayal, bribery, and who was sleeping with whose wife. You take a slow walk through the Basilica Julia, once a majestic meeting space and law court. It's mostly fallen now, just outlines of columns and ghostly floor plans. But in its day, this was a place of whispered negotiations and folded messages passed beneath benches. Legal deals, marriage arrangements, land trades, it all happened behind veils of civility, with voices just low enough not to echo. And then there were the shadows. The forum had alcoves and niches where conversations could happen out of view. Some were architectural, others improvised. Wealthy citizens even hired shadow men servants who stood nearby to muffle sound with strategic coughing or cloak swishing. That's commitment to secrecy. The tabularium perched on the far end stored official records, marble slabs engraved with laws and edicts. But here's the trick. The most important information often never made it onto the stone. Why? Because secrets don't like being carved in public view. Instead, they were passed person to person, inked on wax tablets that could be burned or accidentally dropped in a latrine. There's one tale, probably half truth, half gossip, about a senator who intercepted a rival's message meant for the emperor. Instead of exposing him publicly, he invited him to lunch, offered him wine, and then gently reminded him of his wife's birthday. The message never came up, but the message was received. Even the famous comitium. The voting area was less democratic than you'd think. Sure, citizens gathered here to cast their voices, but those voices were often influenced long before ballots were dropped. Recommendation lists were circulated in taverns, promises made in bathhouses, bribes delivered in fresh fig baskets. By the time you reached the forum, your vote was already whispered into place. And statues, those silent witnesses, also played a role in the whisper game. You might spot a statue being turned ever so slightly to face a different direction overnight. A subtle hint, a message, an insult. The ancient Roman version of unfollowing someone on social media. Even the layout of the forum encourages discretion. The curves of arches, the echo-breaking walls of basilicas, the sight lines from temple steps, they were designed not just for beauty, but for choreography. Who stood where? Who could hear whom? Who could see whom? Whispering, it was politics as performance art. Modern researchers studying ancient acoustics have found that some podiums in the forum actually carried voices poorly unless you were within a tight circle. Coincidence? Maybe. Or maybe the idea was to keep the best parts of the conversation between friends. So, while the forum looks like a place of public spectacle, the real drama was often silent. You continue walking, tracing your fingers across cold travertine, imagining the countless words that passed here and disappeared into history. It's strange to think that empires didn't always rise on the roar of the crowd, but often on the hush of a secret. What happens when purity becomes politics and a hairstyle carries the weight of an empire's morality? Step softly, because the Vestals are watching. And being watched. You find yourself near the house of the Vestal Virgins, tucked behind the Temple of Vesta at the edge of the forum. It's quiet here. Too quiet. The courtyard is pristine, surrounded by arched porticos and statues of women in identical poses, each carved with the same calm expression, each holding the same mysterious poise. These were the most revered women in Rome, and perhaps the most scrutinized. The Vestal Virgins were priestesses of Vesta, goddess of the hearth. Their job was simple in theory: keep the sacred fire burning. But that flame carried more than divine symbolism. It carried political heat. The purity of the Vestals was said to reflect the purity of the Roman state. So naturally, their every breath became a matter of public interest. Chosen as young girls, some as young as 6, they were plucked from elite families, sworn to 30 years of service, and forbidden from marriage or romance, at least officially. The first 10 years were for learning, the next 10 for performing duties, and the final 10 for teaching new initiates. After that, they could retire, though many chose to remain in the order. Why possibly? Because stepping out into public life after being semi-divine didn't come with many career options, but their power. Oh, it was real. A Vestal could pardon prisoners, influence trials, and sit in front row seats at gladiator games, privileges denied to most women in Rome. Senators nodded in respect as they passed. Even emperors watched their words around them. But with that influence came an uncomfortable truth: surveillance. You walk along the tiled paths of their residence and can almost feel the pressure in the air. Every decision they made, from hairstyle to hand gestures, was interpreted. A missed ceremony scandal, a sidelong glance whispers, and heaven forbid the sacred fire went out. That wasn't just a bad day. It was considered a cosmic omen, punishable even. One unlucky Vestal was famously buried alive for supposedly breaking her vow of chastity. Whether she actually did is still debated, but the punishment was theatrical: buried in a sealed chamber with a small loaf of bread and a lamp. The state claimed it couldn't directly kill a priestess, so it simply arranged for nature to do the work. Conveniently symbolic. This wasn't just religious drama, it was political theater. A Vestal's fall could be used to shift public opinion, distract from senatorial scandals, or reinforce moral panic. Some scholars suggest certain trials were orchestrated to purge families no longer in favor. But don't assume the Vestals were victims. They had power too. Records show they owned property, freed slaves, and even weighed in on military matters. One famously intervened in a legal dispute, and her mere presence was enough to end the argument. Another reportedly smuggled messages for a general during civil unrest, making her both a priestess and a spy. They also had serious aesthetic clout. Their robes, white with crimson trim, set fashion trends. Their braided hairstyles were copied by noblewomen trying to project piety or just borrow some of that divine aura for their next dinner party. You'd think they'd invented influencer culture. And yet they walked a fine line. Too silent, and they were dismissed as symbolic puppets. Too vocal, and they became dangerous. One Vestal was exiled simply for being overly visible in civic affairs, which is ancient Roman code for she was too competent. As you circle the reflecting pool in their courtyard, you realize something strange. The serenity here isn't peaceful, it's watchful. These were women in a cage of respect. Worshipped, yes, but always within boundaries. The sacred flame they tended wasn't just about Vesta. It was the empire's illusion of control, burning neatly in a bronze bowl. And the women who kept it alight, icons, hostages, or both. They say walls have ears, but in ancient Rome, they also had messages, hidden in paint, cloaked in vines, and smiling sweetly from the background. You step into the atrium of a Roman villa, the kind owned by someone rich enough to confuse art with warning labels. The walls are covered in vibrant frescoes painted directly onto wet plaster so the colors fuse permanently into the surface. Scenes of myth, landscapes, birds, gods. Everything seems so decorative until you realize you're being warned. Because Roman wall art wasn't just for aesthetics. Sometimes it whispered things its owner couldn't say out loud. Take a closer look at that charming garden mural. It's peaceful at first, oranges hanging heavy from branches, birds mid-flight, a temple in the background. But then you spot the tiny snake slithering behind a tree. Or the god Mars, watching from a cloud, with a sword too sharp for a painting, meant to calm. Symbols like these weren't random. They were loaded. Historians argue over how many of these frescoes carried coded meanings, but one thing is clear. Romans used art like we use emoji-laced texts. A dove might suggest peace or reference a lost love. A dog could symbolize loyalty, or an inside joke about a neighbor who barked too loudly. It was less a gallery, more a subtle conversation. One fresco in Pompeii, for instance, shows a couple at a banquet table with suspiciously similar faces to the real homeowners. Was it a celebration, a satire, or a quiet threat to someone who might recognize themselves in the unflattering pose of the servant behind them? That painting's smile feels oddly pointed. Some homes included gods staring right at the viewer like a divine security system. Others hid political allegiance like a faint outline of Julius Caesar's profile scratched into a Bacchus scene, suggesting the homeowner was a quiet supporter of the old regime, just in case someone with the wrong allegiance showed up for dinner. And let's talk about Pan and the goat. If you know, you know. Romans had a cheeky side, and a lot of mythological scenes carried adult humor. Some were celebratory, others were warnings to behave or else. In certain elite homes, racy frescoes appeared near dining rooms as an icebreaker or status flex, or both. Because in Rome, education meant knowing when a joke was a quote from Ovid, but the secrecy ran deeper. In some villas, particularly around Herculaneum and Pompeii, mystery cults held meetings in side rooms decorated not with marble gods, but with layered symbolic imagery. The paintings didn't shout their purpose. They hinted. A mask here, a cryptic gesture there. Some modern scholars believe entire walls were coded instructions for initiation rituals. You wander through the Villa of the Mysteries, and the frescoes seem to move with you. A woman turns toward a figure holding a whip, not in fear, but with solemn acceptance. Is it myth or something darker? Historians still can't agree whether this fresco depicts Dionysian rites, private trauma, or metaphorical transformation. That's the point it was made to be interpreted by those in the know. Even color had meaning. A splash of deep Pompeian red signaled wealth and taste, but also evoked blood passion and revolution. Yellow symbolized divinity or decay, depending on who was standing next to it. No brushstroke was random. Sometimes the absence of imagery told its own story. Blank patches hinted at a scandal, a fallen figure, or a fresco chipped away by an angry spouse or regime. Roman homes aged like palimpsests, new meanings layered atop old ones depending on who was watching. And don't forget graffiti. While the frescoes tried to keep it classy, guests weren't always respectful. In Pompeii, someone carved, "I don't trust Lucius," into the fresco of a feast. Another scribbled a poem, mocking a neighbor's nose. These weren't just vandalism, they were commentary. Ancient subtweets on literal walls. So here you are standing in the quiet of a painted room. The figures on the walls smile, flirt, fight, mourn. But behind every vine or cloud or noble profile, there might be a coded message. Pay attention. Someone is always watching, and someone is always speaking, even when they're painted in silence. Imagine designing a palace, but being forbidden from ever leaving it. In ancient Rome, brilliance could build beauty, but it could also build your own prison. You enter a villa no scratch, that a mansion so extravagant that even its ceilings are smug. Everything around you shimmers with mosaic floors, painted beams, imported marble, and fountains in places fountains don't even need to be. You've stepped into the elite world of Roman luxury, but behind every lavish detail lies an uncomfortable truth. Much of this grandeur was built by genius, enslaved genius. You might picture slaves as toiling in mines or rowing ships, and many did. But Rome also enslaved artisans, skilled architects, brilliant engineers, painters, sculptors, tile layers who could recreate gods with nothing more than pigment and a prayer. And once they were claimed by a wealthy patron, they became property with talent, a valuable combination that could make a villa the envy of the empire. Take the case of Hermogenes, a famed architect mentioned in passing by Pliny the Elder. Little is known, but hints suggest he was enslaved for his skills, not his labor. He reportedly designed several villas and bath complexes, including one with a rotating dining room ceiling, a novelty so impressive that Nero reportedly copied it. Was Hermogenes' thank-given land retired comfortably? No. He was likely kept under guard, a captive artist in a house of moving stars. And that's not an isolated story. Some of the finest mosaics we admire today, those glittering peacocks, intricate vines, and illusionary floor patterns, were laid stone by enslaved men who had trained for years. Not in schools, but in silence. Often inherited or bought as children, trained in workshops, and passed on like heirlooms. But here's where it gets murkier. Not all of them were unhappy. Or rather, not all of them were treated poorly. Some were given private quarters, respected titles, even de facto freedom, so long as they continued to produce. One mosaic artist in Ostia is known to have signed his work. His name, Felix Latin for lucky. Historians still argue whether that signature was pride or irony. You move through the corridors and notice something strange. The more extravagant the design, the more invisible the creator. Inscriptions name the homeowner, the patron deity, even the guy who sourced the marble. But the hands that placed it silent. It was as if art was supposed to materialize from wealth alone. Yet these enslaved artists shaped Rome's soul. They carved gods into stone, built the bones of amphitheaters, and designed water features that still function today. They created the backdrop for senatorial debates, imperial tantrums, and birthday banquets that smelled like garum and bad poetry. One anecdote, possibly embellished, possibly true, tells of an architect who designed a bridge for a general, then asked for release as a reward. The general smiled, praised the design, then had him kept on to build the next one. The logic: a man capable of such brilliance cannot be trusted to leave. Luxury was sticky like that. It wasn't just physical captivity, it was intellectual captivity. Your thoughts, your ideas, your blueprints all belong to someone else. Imagine inventing a marble dome with perfect acoustics and never being allowed to enter the temple it was built for. But perhaps the most haunting thought of all, many of these enslaved craftsmen outlived their owners' villas. Fires, floods, earthquakes, Rome was a city of ruins, even in its own lifetime. Their masters were forgotten, but the work remained. The artistry endured. Unsigned, unclaimed. You stop in front of a fresco depicting Daedalus and Icarus. It's beautifully done. The wings shimmer with layered pigment. Icarus is mid-plunge. It's hard not to imagine the painter saw something of himself in the story, an artist trapped, punished for soaring too close to glory. Because in Rome, building a paradise didn't mean you were free to walk out of it. Imagine a dinner party so opulent it dazzles the eye, and so treacherous a misplaced compliment could end your career or your life. You arrive at the entrance of a Roman banquet, where the scent of roasted dormice honey-glazed peacock and overseasoned lentils floats through the air like gossip. The torches flicker. The slaves wear linen better than most senators, and someone is already bragging about the fish sauce vintage. Welcome to a Roman convivium part, dinner part, theater part, political trap. At first glance, it's all indulgence. The couches are arranged in a U shape, the wine is flowing through filters made of silver, and a young boy in too much makeup is reading poetry about Neptune's toenails. A lyre plinks softly in the background. But make no mistake, this isn't about the food. It's about hierarchy. Who sits where says everything. The host takes the middle couch, flanked by the most important guests. If you're too far from him, you're barely a footnote. If you're too close, you're in the spotlight, and that's not always safe. Because here, one slip of the tongue can turn an after-dinner mint into an afterthought of a legacy. Let's say you compliment the wrong dish. Suddenly, the chef is offended, the host's pride is wounded, and someone with a dagger starts fidgeting. Or worse, you laugh too hard at a rival's joke. A few days later, you find yourself reassigned to a province known mainly for its wolf population. Historians still debate whether certain feasts were actually used as screening rooms for loyalty. Emperor Domitian, for instance, was said to invite senators to elaborate meals, watching how they responded to questions posed in between courses. If someone hesitated, frowned, or corrected a date too smugly, well, they might not get dessert. Or air. And let's not forget the poisoning rumors. Rome loved a good dramatic death, and nothing was juicier than a suspiciously timed wine refill. One anecdote suggests a general met his end not with a stab wound, but with a particularly spiced fig. No autopsies, no explanations, just a raised brow and a reshuffled seating chart the next day. Yet many of these feasts were also deeply theatrical. Take Trimalchio's banquet from the Satyricon, a fictionalized account, yes, but based on truth. Dishes came in the shape of zodiac signs. Sausages were served inside pig sculptures that birthed them at the table. There were professional joke tellers, musical duels, even a wine fountain that dispensed different vintages depending on your status. Extravagance wasn't a byproduct, it was the point. You nibble cautiously on a stuffed fig and glance across the table. A senator is smirking a little too confidently. He's probably made a clever political jab cloaked as a wine pun. The table laughs, but some guests laugh a beat too late. That delay, dangerous. It means hesitation. Hesitation means doubt. Doubt could be deadly. One of the more uncomfortable realities of these banquets is that they were often built on human performance literally. Dancers, musicians, enslaved servers trained to mimic famous actors or philosophers. Some households even employed dwarfs or freaks to amuse guests. A reminder that Roman luxury always had a sharp edge. Someone else's discomfort, someone else's labor. Still, if you played your cards right, these dinners could elevate your fortune. Make the host laugh, agree enthusiastically with his opinion on the Punic Wars, and you might walk away with a new estate or a political endorsement, or at the very least an invite to the next round of questionable oysters. You sip from a goblet carved with vines, and wonder how many secrets have passed between bites of roast flamingo. How many careers launched or ended with a simple toast. In Rome, feasts weren't just about indulgence. They were high-stakes performances, where every compliment had subtext, every smile hid calculation, and every dish might just be your last supper. Bon appetit. Some statues are silent, but in ancient Rome, the ones watching from corners and colonnades may have had louder opinions than you'd expect. You're walking through a Roman villa's garden, manicured shrubs, trickling fountains, the scent of crushed basil underfoot. But your eyes keep drifting to the statues. They're everywhere. Stoic gods, busts of ancestors, marble children holding baskets of fruit. It feels decorative until you realize every one of them is facing you. Roman statues weren't just pretty decor. They were strategic instruments, silent witnesses to loyalty, subtle tools of surveillance, and symbols of dominance. The art wasn't the point. The message was, start with the busts. Wealthy Romans filled their atriums with ancestral images, not because Grandma Agrippina had a photogenic chin, but because displaying lineage meant broadcasting power. Every visitor would pass by those watchful faces, reminded that this family had roots deeper than yours, connections stronger than your wallet, and probably a cousin in the Senate. Intimidation via marble. But it went further. The placement of a statue could say everything about a household's politics. A shrine to Julius Caesar bold. A statue of Brutus next to him suspicious. A bust of Augustus by the front door, and Tiberius awkwardly shoved behind a curtain. That's a passive-aggressive sculpture, if ever there was one. One particularly interesting practice involved damnatio memoriae, the Roman policy of erasing disgraced figures from memory. If an emperor fell out of favor, his statues were often defaced, recarved, or literally decapitated. Some were quietly recycled into new likenesses. Archaeologists have found heads that clearly belonged to one person awkwardly perched on a different body. Imagine strolling into your neighbor's atrium and realizing they've repurposed a traitor into a fertility goddess. That's some uncomfortable feng shui. Historians still debate how often these statues were actually used to signal political allegiance or if it was just socially expected decor. But there are clues. Imperial portraits were required in some public offices, and their absence could be interpreted as sedition. Even in private homes, guests were said to comment on what faces were present and what they implied. And then there's the spy angle. Some wealthy Romans hired scribes or slaves to eavesdrop in the garden positioned discreetly near statues or fountains where guests would gather. The idea people let their guard down around silent company. If someone insulted the emperor near a statue of him, well, that irony wasn't lost on the informants. There's even speculation that in later imperial periods, some busts were hollowed out, allowing hidden listeners to jot down anything juicy. You pass a statue of Mercury now, god of messages and mischief, and feel that odd sensation of being measured. Was this placement aesthetic? Or was someone once judged by how long they stared? But the statues weren't all imperial. Romans also displayed captives' literal representations of conquered peoples, sculpted in submissive poses beneath arches or in villa courtyards. These weren't metaphors. They were trophies. Reminders to guests of who held power and whose blood had paid for the hors d'oeuvres. And don't forget household gods, or lares and penates. These small statues guarded the hearth, the pantry, even the bedpost. Placed in niches, they were given offerings and whispered to in the mornings. Were they symbolic, superstitious, a little of both? but they too were watching, protecting, judging, recording. By now, you realize that every Roman statue had a purpose beyond beauty. They were memory keepers, political billboards, quiet judges. Even the way they looked at you mattered. Some were sculpted with pupils etched slightly off-center, giving the illusion of following your movement around the room. Creepy, maybe. Effective, definitely. So next time you wander through a marble gallery or garden path, remember in Rome, the statues weren't just art. They were eyes. You thought Nero built a pleasure palace. Turns out, he might have been building the blueprint for a surveillance state with velvet couches. You step into the legendary Domus Aurea Nero's golden house. And golden isn't just metaphor. The walls were gilded ceilings inlaid with mother of pearl, and fountains sprouted from marble beasts in the hallways. One room even had a rotating ceiling designed to mimic the heavens, showering guests with rose petals and scented water. This was no ordinary villa. This was divine theater. But as you wander, its long, curved corridors and strangely angled chambers, a new thought arises. Maybe it wasn't just designed for delight. Maybe it was designed for watching. At first, the Domus Aurea seems like the fever dream of a man with too much power and not enough boundaries. Nero seized public land after the Great Fire of 64 CE and constructed an estate that sprawled across the Palatine Esquiline and Caelian hills, complete with a man-made lake vineyards and even a private zoo. Ancient Rome had never seen anything like it. Some loved it. Most were horrified, especially those whose homes had conveniently burned to make room for it. But then come the whispers. The rooms were laid out in labyrinthine ways, some opening into others through concealed passageways. There were hidden balconies above dining halls and curious acoustic pockets where sounds from one chamber carried clearly into another. Coincidence Nero wasn't really a coincidence type of guy. Historians still argue, was Nero obsessed with privacy or with surveillance? Some suggest the rotating ceiling wasn't just a whimsical invention, but a listening device in reverse, a space where every word spoken at a banquet could be heard by someone sitting above. Slaves moved behind walls to change the aromas, adjust lighting, and perhaps report conversations. In an empire where dissent meant exile, or worse, being overheard, wasn't just awkward, it was fatal. Even the artwork raises questions. Frescoes were designed with forced perspective, so a figure always seemed to be watching. The gods loomed larger-than-life eyes pointed directly at the couch, where you reclined with your wine. Subtle, not remotely. Effective, absolutely. It's hard to badmouth your host when a fresco of Jupiter is glaring down at you mid-sentence. Then there's the curious case of statue placement again. Nero positioned imperial busts in corners that seemed too strategic to be decorative. Guests walking from one room to another would suddenly find themselves face to face with a marble version of their host, always smiling, always looming. In one hallway, it said the walls were lined with mirrored panels, so guests saw themselves approaching their own reflections, self-awareness, weaponized. And the more you learn about Nero, the more these choices make sense. He fancied himself a god, yes, but also a director. Every event was a scene, every guest an actor, every evening a performance. And in theater, one must always watch the audience. Even the private rooms suggest a kind of calculated intimacy. Chamber walls were painted with myths of betrayal and divine vengeance. Mirrors were placed not for vanity, but for sightlines. Who was whispering to whom? Who looked uncomfortable? who didn't laugh at Nero's sixth ode to Apollo in the Domus Aurea. Even silence could be read like a script. After Nero's death, the estate was buried literally. Later, emperors couldn't tear it down fast enough. It was filled with rubble built over forgotten. Some say it was an attempt to erase his memory. Others think they feared what the building represented, not just indulgence, but control through design. And here's a delicious irony. For centuries, artists accidentally rediscovered the Domus Aurea by lowering themselves through holes in the ground. Renaissance painters called it the grotto, and its eerie frescoes inspired entire new styles. But what they didn't know, they were creeping into the blueprint of architectural paranoia. So you walk a little slower now, noticing how each turn seems to guide your gaze, how every statue faces a doorway, how the light pools just right to reveal or conceal. In Nero's palace, no one just visited, they were seen. They said all roads led to Rome, but they never said what happened when you followed one too far, or when you were told never to come back. You step onto a Roman road, its stones worn smooth by centuries of sandals, hooves, and wheels. It stretches out ahead in perfect symmetry, disappearing into the horizon with unnerving purpose. This is no ordinary path. It's a statement of power, ambition, and control. Rome's roads were marvels of engineering, but they could also be instruments of exile. All roads lead to Rome, they said, as if to suggest the empire's center was inevitable. But in truth, just as many roads led away to isolation, punishment, or places you were never meant to return from. Rome built over 250,000 miles of roads, stone arteries that connected the farthest reaches of its dominion. Soldiers used them, merchants, spies, diplomats, and exiles those who displeased the Senate, embarrassed an emperor, or simply stood on the wrong side of the political table during a toast. Historians still argue about how frequently exile was used as punishment, but there's no debate that Rome perfected it as a tool. No public execution, no heroic martyrdom, just a quiet directive. Take the road. Do not return. And the penalty for coming back, uninvited death. Or worse, mockery property seizure, erasure from memory. And so the road became a symbol of disappearance. Take Cicero, the famed orator, beloved by some, loathed by others. He was exiled by political opponents, forced to leave Rome and wander the very empire he once glorified. He wrote letters from the road, elegant, bitter, desperate. He missed the forum, the Senate, the particular curve of Roman gossip. When he returned, it was with caution and a target on his back. Others weren't so lucky. Lesser senators, wealthy freedmen, even family members of emperors were packed off to remote corners, windswept islands, desolate provinces, crumbling border forts. Some roads led to nowhere towns, forgotten temples, or dilapidated villas built for recovery that felt more like retirement with punishment frosting. And don't think these banishments were always due to crime. Often exile was preventative. If someone had too much influence, too much charm, or too many clever friends, they might receive a friendly warning, take a vacation, indefinitely. Even geography played a role. The Via Appia, the queen of Roman roads, stretched southeast to Brundisium. Along it walked exiled poets, fallen generals, and gossip-soaked noblewomen. The road itself became a narrative people knew who was leaving, and they watched. Sometimes crowds jeered, other times they mourned, but always they remembered who had once walked toward the city and now walked away. Then there's the Via Aurelia, skimming the Tyrrhenian coast, gorgeous, yes, but also conveniently remote. The perfect road for relocation without a return ticket. But roads also carried secrets. Messages traveled faster on Roman roads than most people could believe, thanks to the cursus publicus, the imperial postal system. Couriers dashed along relay stations with wax tablets sealed with rings delivering news orders and sometimes very private scandal. An emperor's displeasure could travel faster than forgiveness, and sometimes roads lied by omission. Maps of the empire often excluded certain places. Islands turned into prisons, valleys used for military training camps with unusual purposes. These spots had no milestone, no guidepost. But the locals knew. A left turn at the wrong olive tree, and you'd find a senator turned fisherman pretending not to be fluent in law. You pause at a milestone, one of thousands dotting the empire. It's weathered, barely legible. It doesn't mention whose feet bled walking past it, whose family never wrote back, or whose voice once thundered in the Senate and now whispers only to goats. Rome's roads were engineering triumphs, yes, but they also carried a quiet cruelty. You didn't need walls to punish people. You just needed a path that didn't loop back. So remember, in Rome, the road ahead wasn't always a journey. Sometimes it was a verdict. They kept the streets clean, the fires down, and the troublemakers quiet, maybe too quiet. Before the word police even existed, Rome had perfected the art of disappearing. It's late in the Roman night. The lamps flicker, the taverns quiet, and the urban cohorts begin their silent patrol through the alleys and colonnades. You don't hear them coming. You're not supposed to. Rome never liked to admit it needed policing, but oh, did it perfect it. These were the cohortes, urbani, Rome's secret backbone, the precursors to a standing urban police force. Officially, their job was to keep peace, manage fires, and intervene in mob violence. Unofficially, they were the empire's way of tapping you on the shoulder when you got a little too loud in the forum. Founded by Augustus in the 1st century BCE, the cohorts were made up of ex-legionaries, men trained not just in swordplay, but in discipline detection, and when necessary, discretion. They weren't as flashy as the Praetorian Guard. No gold-trimmed armor or imperial pageantry. The urban cohorts blended in. They walked like citizens, talked like merchants. But when things got tense, they struck like soldiers. You might see them during the day, casually patrolling the forum, chatting with vendors, checking weights at market stalls. But at night they moved through shadows, extinguishing fires literal and political. That senator's nephew, who shouted too loudly about grain taxes, you won't see him tomorrow. He's been encouraged to take a sabbatical in Sardinia. Historians still debate just how autonomous the urban cohorts were. Some believe they operated under strict legal protocols. Others argue they worked more like hired hands for whoever held influence. Either way, they were feared, not because they were violent, but because they were efficient. Take the case of a minor riot during an election. No one knows who started it. But by morning, 10 agitators had vanished. No arrests, no trials, just gone. The city resumed business. Bread was sold. Wine was poured. Life marched on carefully. Then there's the question of spying. Many believe the urban cohorts didn't just enforce order, they gathered information. Slaves were paid for overheard conversations. Messages were intercepted. One senator's servant was said to report twice to his master and to a cohort captain. Which one paid better? Probably the one who didn't ask questions. You walk past a barracks still standing in the Subura district. Modest from the outside, but inside rows of beds, racks of weapons and ledgers filled with names, Citizens flagged not for crimes, but for potential. Potential to cause trouble. Potential to rise too quickly. Potential to say the wrong thing to the wrong person while holding a goblet. One chilling rumor describes a whistle passed among cohort patrols, a carved bone flute whose pitch could only be heard by others nearby. One blow meant gather. Two meant detain. Three, silence. No evidence that such a system existed, but no one's ruled it out. Even the Praetorian Guard respected the urban cohorts, partly because they shared information, partly because they were everywhere. You could fire a Praetorian, but the urban men, they remembered things. And let's not forget the firefighters, Rome's vigils, sometimes considered a lower-tier force. But here's a curious overlap. Some units trained with both water buckets and clubs. Why? Because fire often followed unrest, and putting out the blaze sometimes meant starting one in return. Augustus claimed he created the urban cohorts to ensure peace, and in many ways they did. But peace in Rome was rarely peaceful. It was curated, trimmed, and enforced, like a well-kept hedge that grows in neat rows only because someone is constantly cutting it. So tonight, as you wander the quiet lanes near the Aventine, you feel a presence. There's no torch, no footsteps, just that peculiar Roman calm, the kind that comes when silence isn't natural. It's maintained. In an empire where reputation was everything and secrets were currency, the cohortes urbanae were the invisible bank. And if they're watching you now, best to nod, smile politely, and keep walking. Some ceremonies were broadcast from balconies. Others were whispered in torchlight and never written down. Rome had traditions the Senate didn't talk about and maybe never wanted to. You find yourself in a dim corridor beneath the Capitoline Hill, far from the sun-drenched forums and glinting marble. The air here is different, damp, perfumed with ashes and wax. You pass by niches filled with small statues, offerings bone fragments. There's chanting nearby, soft and rhythmic. You've stumbled into the shadowed realm of Rome's unofficial rituals, those the Senate conveniently left out of public records. Rome loved pageantry, triumph selections, dedications, all highly orchestrated and very, very public. But that was just the surface. Beneath the grandeur lived customs so old, even the oldest senators barely understood them. Or if they did, they pretended not to. These weren't the ceremonies of Jupiter or Mars. These were the rites of Silvanus Cloacina and other half-forgotten deities who never made it onto official coinage but still demanded their due. Little gods with big tempers, spirits of door hinges, grain silos, and crossroads places where reality got a bit thin. Historians still argue over how many of these rituals were actually sanctioned. Some believe they were grandfathered and kept alive because no one dared stop them. Others suggest certain elite families maintained these practices as part of their ancestral responsibilities, but never spoke of them above a whisper. Take the Lupercalia, for example. Technically public, but with very private overtones. Young men dressed in goat skins, or not much at all, raced through the streets, smacking spectators with leather thongs for fertility. Sounds strange it was. Augustus tried to tone it down, but even he couldn't cancel it outright. Then there were the Mundus Cereris, 3 days a year, when a pit to the underworld was ceremonially opened in the Forum. No meetings, no weddings, no military orders. Why? Because the dead might walk. The Senate oddly didn't keep detailed minutes on those days. You step into a small chamber, now windowless round, lined with fading frescoes of masked figures and serpents coiled like questions. This may have been a meeting place for one of the mystery cults, small, secretive religious groups that promise salvation or insight through private ritual. The cult of Isis, Mithras, Cybele. These weren't state-approved, at least not at first. But they flourished, especially among soldiers, merchants, and women who found the traditional pantheon lacking. Membership was secret. Initiations involved binding oaths, candlelight, and often symbolic death and rebirth. One account from a Christian critic describes initiates of Mithras crawling through a trench while a bull was slaughtered above them, blood raining down as a form of divine cleansing. But whether that's fact or propaganda remains unclear. Rome, after all, was also excellent at exaggerating the rituals it didn't control. Then there's the awkward matter of public money. Some of these rites, even the strangest ones, received quiet funding. Hidden in grain budgets or temple maintenance allocations were line items for rituals no senator wanted to explain out loud. One obscure festival involved baking effigies of criminals and burning them on floating barges. Another paid for painted masks to be placed on trees along the Via Sacra to frighten off unseen forces. Why keep them alive? Because Rome was superstitious to its marble bones. For all its logic and laws, it was still a city where birds determined court dates and a sneeze at the wrong time could delay a war. These odd little rites, the ones never mentioned in Senate records, were the spiritual duct tape holding things together. You exit the chamber and pass a statue of Janus God, of beginnings and endings. He's got two faces, of course. One looks forward, one looks back. A fitting symbol for these half-forgotten rites always present never fully seen. Rome might have ruled the world, but in the shadows of its columns, it still lit candles for things it couldn't quite explain. Rome fell. Or did it? The temples crumbled, the emperors died, but the city kept something alive. Not glory, not marble. Secrets. You're walking through the ruins of Rome, not the bustling toga-draped city of Caesars, but the slow, moss-covered silence of its afterlife. The columns are broken, the aqueducts are dry. But under the dust, something still breathes. Rome didn't simply collapse. It transformed carefully, deliberately, and not without a sense of irony, because the city that once ruled the world became a keeper of its own ghosts. Historians love to debate the date of Rome's fall. Was it 410, when Alaric sacked the city, or 476, when the last Western emperor was deposed? But maybe that's the wrong question. Maybe Rome didn't fall at all. Maybe it hid. You see, even as its empire crumbled, its citizens clung to traditions like ivy on old stone. Pagan festivals were rebranded as Christian holidays. Senate rituals were copied into church liturgy. Old temples became basilicas, sometimes with the same floor plans, just repurposed altars. Even the Vestal Virgins didn't disappear overnight. Some lived on quietly as Christian nuns with suspiciously familiar routines. The streets changed names. The gods changed faces. But the city remembered. Walk through the Forum today, and beneath your feet are layers of lives. Sewers under sewers. Graves beneath roads. Shrines turned into cellars. One church on the Aventine Hill sits atop a Mithraeum, which sits atop a Roman villa, which sits atop something even older, maybe a shrine, maybe a cave. It's a nesting doll of sacred space. One legend tells of a marble slab that was never moved, even as everything around it was destroyed. Locals said, if you broke it, Rome would truly fall. So it stayed tucked into a cellar, beneath a Renaissance palace, behind a wall no one speaks of. Is it true? No one's entirely sure, but no one's tried to test it either. And then there's the language. Latin was supposed to die with the empire, but it didn't. It evolved into Italian, French, Spanish, Romanian, like a spell whispered down a hallway, distorted but never forgotten. Even your own words, manual justice empire, are Roman echoes. Rome knew how to bury things without losing them. A collapsed temple became a vineyard. A statue's broken head turned up in a monastery's garden. Some medieval monks even copied pagan texts in secret between sermons, preserving odes to Jupiter while preaching about saints. Historians still debate whether this was reverence or survival. Maybe both. Maybe the scribes knew that forgetting too much was dangerous, that empires fall, but ideas persist quietly, subversively, in ink, in stone, in shadow. And that's the final secret. Rome became its own myth. A city of whispers, a blueprint for power, a warning and a dream all in one. You sit at the edge of the Palatine, the sun setting behind you. The skyline is jagged with ruins, softened by time. Tourists murmur. A pigeon lands on what used to be a tribunal. Everything looks peaceful. But if you listen closely, you can still hear them, the voices, the footsteps, the rustle of tunics, the whisper of marble cracking not from collapse, but from change. Because the city never really died. It just learned how to keep a secret. Forget gladiators and emperors for a second. We're going to trace the quiet footprints of forgotten people buried in the foundations in layers the city itself barely remembers. You wander slowly, as if already halfway between a dream and memory. You're in Rome, but not the Rome of scooters and espresso bars. The street lamps above hum with quiet electricity, but under your feet, something older seems to hum louder. There's a sensation just below the soles of your feet that a whole other city is still breathing beneath the cobblestones. And you'd be right. See, Rome wasn't built in a day, but more importantly, it wasn't built in a vacuum. Beneath it lies not just rubble, but entire cities folded over and repurposed like a historical lasagna. And yes, it's okay to be a little hungry now. Let's start simple. The part of Rome most tourists see, the Colosseum, the Pantheon, the Forums, those are mostly from the Imperial Roman period about 2,000 years ago. But dig deeper, literally, and you'll find Republican-era foundations going back another few centuries. And then beneath that, bits and pieces of pre-Roman settlements like the Etruscans, those enigmatic neighbors with excellent taste in tomb art and questionable decisions about goats. Historians still argue whether the earliest settlers of Rome were Etruscans who went rogue, or if multiple tribal groups merged over time into something distinctly Roman. What we do know is that by the time the city was formally founded, supposedly by Romulus in 753 BCE, it was already living on borrowed land. The Palatine Hill, where Romulus supposedly drew his sacred city boundary in the dirt, archaeologists have found post holes from wooden huts there that date back to the 10th century BCE. That's centuries before Rome existed. Imagine someone telling you your newly built house is technically on top of someone else's living room from 300 years ago. That's Rome. Every era built over the last, like it was adding a new layer of frosting onto a very gritty cake. But it gets weirder. As the city grew, Romans developed a habit. When a building or temple burned down, or was destroyed in one of their casual civil wars, they didn't clear the land. They simply flattened the ruin and built on top. The Forum itself is a perfect example. Its paved floor sits meters above older road levels, which in turn sit above buried houses' walls and drainage systems. Rome didn't erase the past, it buried it like a secret. Now let's talk drains. Glamorous, right? But Rome's Cloaca Maxima, the Great Sewer, was built around 600 BCE and is still partially functional. Some claim it was Etruscan engineering that the Romans simply adopted. If so, then even one of Rome's most iconic public works was already secondhand when the Republic was young. The same goes for many sacred springs and shrines often built near older pagan sites considered spiritually convenient. And here's a fun little headache: when early Christians began rising to prominence in Rome, many of them practiced in catacombs, underground tunnels, initially used by pagan cults or family burial chambers. In time, those same tunnels became the foundations for churches above, and even they were sometimes built atop ruined temples. This means that under some of Rome's holiest chapels lie not just saints, but forgotten altars to entirely different gods. Hope you're comfy with spiritual layering. You know what's even sleepier than spiritual layering: bureaucratic layering. The Romans were masters of civic paperwork. When rebuilding streets or aqueducts, they often inscribed construction records into stone blocks. Some of these ended up reused in later walls, flipped upside down, or shoved into staircases like forgotten sticky notes. So somewhere under a Roman apartment block, there might be a stair made from a slab, declaring Marcus repaired the bathhouse again third time this year. Modern Rome lives in uneasy alliance with its past. Construction projects routinely hit archaeological delays because as soon as someone starts digging, they find, well, an entire temple. In 2016, during the building of a new metro line, crews uncovered an entire Roman barracks under Amba Aradam Station. 20 rooms, a courtyard, and the remains of frescoes, all just chilling under a city that thought it had already mapped itself. It's not just ruins. Under ruins, it's lives under lives. Maybe a baker dropped his dough paddle in 300 BCE. A thief buried something in a floor crack in 120 CE. A tired mother kissed her child in a courtyard that now sits 10 meters underground and no one knows her name. That's the real city beneath Rome. Not just stone and coins, but invisible echoes of days lived and forgotten. The Pantheon is often called the best preserved building from ancient Rome. But did you know it might not be the first on its spot? Earlier foundations suggest a prior structure, possibly a traditional Republican temple, once stood there. The newer Pantheon, the one we see today with its massive dome, simply appropriated the holy address, like someone squatting in a prime real estate listing. Even its famous oculus, the open eye in the center of the dome, lets in not just rain and sun, but the sense that the building itself is watching something older below it, like it remembers. Rome's real treasure isn't the monuments. It's the mystery that you're always walking a few inches above another century. And if you listen hard enough, you might just hear sandals on stone, or the whisper of a lost city exhaling beneath your feet. Whispers in stone corridors, echoes that don't match your footsteps. You walk into Jerusalem, not as a visitor, but as if returning to a place that's remembered more than it's been remembered. The surface is sacred enough, but tonight we're slipping beneath it. At street level, Jerusalem is already layered in legend. Shrines, walls, and gates carry stories so old they've been retold thousands of times, edited, debated, rewritten, and reinscribed. But what lies under all of that? The deeper you go, the more the lines blur between archaeology and memory, between fact and whispered belief. Historians still argue whether King David's palace ever stood here, or if it was simply a later attempt to rewrite the map. But dig a few meters beneath the current old city, and you'll find stonework no modern city planner accounted for. Giant foundational blocks narrow tunnels that predate the Second Temple period, and carved caverns that seem built for rituals nobody's practiced in millennia. Under the Temple Mount, home now to the Dome of the Rock and Al-Aqsa Mosque, lie sections of wall that don't match any known Roman or Byzantine masonry. Some say they're Solomonic. Others whisper that they may have belonged to even older religious shrines, long before Judaism, Christianity, or Islam took root. Now here's a weird little puzzle piece. The Western Wall, the holiest site in Judaism, is just a fragment, not of a temple, but of a retaining wall built by Herod the Great. But tunnels beneath it extend further, revealing earlier stonework from before Herod's reign. Some of these blocks weigh hundreds of tons, laid so precisely that even today's engineers shrug and say, yeah, no clue. Creaky tour guides might mention Zedekiah's Cave, a vast limestone quarry under the Muslim quarter stretching over 5 acres. Legend has it, King Zedekiah escaped through here as Jerusalem fell to the Babylonians in 586 BCE. Archaeologists, they're not sure. It could be older than him entirely, or not his escape route at all. But the space itself remains inexplicable and oddly theatrical, like a stage set left behind after the actors vanished. What's more dreamlike is that some tunnels still haven't been fully explored because every dig here comes with tension. A chisel might scrape a wall that offends centuries of belief. A flashlight might find a room no one wants opened. In Jerusalem, archaeology comes with armed guards and political consequences. And yet the tunnels call. Beneath the Via Dolorosa, the path said to trace Jesus' final walk, lies a Roman pavement, possibly part of the Antonia fortress. But then again, maybe not. Some claim it's a drainage system from an earlier era. Others, they say it was a ritual bath complex. No consensus, just stories. Stories like the mysterious Chamber of the Scroll, supposedly beneath the Temple Mount, rumored to house ancient religious texts sealed off by centuries of rock and silence. Nobody's found it, of course, but that hasn't stopped everyone from crusaders to modern-day mystics from hunting for it. One detail that gets glossed over in glossy travel books: the remains of older gates sunk deep below current street level suggest that Jerusalem has been rebuilt not just once or twice, but repeatedly, like a book where new chapters overwrite old ones without erasing them. Archaeologists walk on stone streets from the Roman period, beneath today's sidewalks. Some even believe that Jerusalem was built atop an even older Canaanite city long before the Israelites arrived. They point to ancient cisterns and fortifications that don't line up with known Jewish or Roman architecture. Canaanite Egyptian, or something else entirely. Again, we're back in that comfortable historian space of maybe. One oddly comforting theory is that the city itself isn't really lost or hidden, it's just recursive. Every time someone tries to define it, it changes again. Pagan rituals became sacred temples. Temples became ruins. Ruins became foundations. And the prayers whispered on stone today may echo ones first uttered in entirely different tongues. Now let's talk about something quieter, the little nooks beneath the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Deep in its dim corridors lies a first-century tomb. Many believe it held the body of Jesus. Others disagree. But regardless of belief, the atmosphere is thick. Not dramatic, but intimate. You feel it, the hush of centuries of hope, grief, and questions with no clear answers. And that's the curious part of Jerusalem's underworld. It's not all grand halls or hidden treasure. Sometimes it's just a single carving, a faint groove, a stone moved and forgotten. Archaeologists once found a series of ancient mikvehs, Jewish ritual baths, built right into older home foundations, as if faith and plumbing evolved together. And yet, people keep looking, not for gold or glory, but for context. Maybe that's what the city itself wants, not to be solved, but remembered with nuance. So tonight, as you descend beneath the old stones, you're not just chasing a secret, you're drifting downward into a space that has never stopped being sacred, layered, and complicated. Every step below is a reminder that even history doesn't always know where it started. Somewhere between dust and divinity, Cairo exhales beneath your feet. But you don't feel it at first, not with the honking cars. The market calls the weight of 20 million lives pulsing above. No, you have to be quiet, very quiet, because the secrets here are buried deeper than even the pyramids dare look. You step off the noisy street into a shaded alley, then down a narrow stair that smells like sun-warmed limestone and faint incense. The ground cools as you descend. That's your first clue. The air in Cairo's underground doesn't move much anymore. It watches instead. Above, everyone knows the great pharaohs. Ramses, Tutankhamun, Cleopatra, though technically she was Greek. But few realize that long before them, Egypt's foundations were laid by builders with no names left to say. Historians still argue whether there were advanced settlements in the Nile Valley before even the first dynasty. Some suggest evidence near Abydos, others point to Nabta Playa in the desert. But Cairo, it might be sitting on something older, still something no pharaoh ever ruled. Today's Cairo sprawls across what was once several separate cities: Heliopolis, Fustat, Babylon, in Egypt, and more. That alone gives it more layers than your average historical millefeuille. But here's the kicker: under these successive cities lie architectural ghosts. Pillars without roofs. Walls with doorways that lead nowhere. Some carved from stone types that shouldn't be here geographically speaking. Theories bloom like desert flowers. Were they traders? Migrants? Builders of a civilization forgotten even by the time of the pyramids? Let's talk about the Cairo Geniza for a second. It's a hoard of sacred Jewish texts stored in a hidden synagogue attic, over 300,000 fragments, dating back 1,000 years. But that's just paper. What about stone? What about temples that once stood, where apartments now teeter? Below certain mosques in Old Cairo, like the Mosque of Amr ibn Alas, there are fragments of Roman walls. And beneath those, some believe, are layers left by mystery cults or early Nile worshippers. One oddly circular structure, only partially excavated, is rumored to lie under the citadel. It doesn't match known Islamic or Coptic architecture. Was it a sun temple, a water shrine, a wine cellar built by a pharaoh with a flair for drama? No one agrees. But it's been mapped partially with ground-penetrating radar, and, well, it's there. Just inconveniently located under a massive, very active military complex, so no peeking. Here's where things get spicy in a sleep-friendly way. Cairo's oldest churches, like the Hanging Church, rest atop ancient Roman towers. But some of those towers appear to have been repurposed from older materials, black basalt blocks with inscriptions no one successfully translated. Were they looted from Heliopolitan temples? Maybe. Or maybe they're even older. In some places, fragments of alabaster and pink granite appear where they shouldn't, stone types mostly used in Upper Egypt. That implies long-distance movement of heavy materials, before pharaonic Egypt had the tools or slaves to manage it. Curious. And then there's the Nile. Oh, the Nile. It shifts course every few centuries, which means some of Cairo's oldest districts were once ports, others were underwater. You can't build anything in Cairo without bumping into something half drowned and half buried. Construction crews find bricks that predate Islamic Cairo all the time and occasionally whisper about strange inscriptions now lost to bureaucracy and cement. One bizarre episode. In the 1960s, while digging subway tunnels near Tahrir Square, workers uncovered a polished stone platform with an octagonal base. It was carted away and documented, but never seen again. Some think it was part of a vanished temple. Others say it was the foundation of a lighthouse from a city older than Memphis. Or maybe just a very fancy pedestal for a forgotten public statue. Take your pick. And let's not ignore the crypts. Beneath certain mosques are tunnels once used as catacombs or treasure routes, some bricked over others, still unexplored due to local legend. Residents say they connect to the lower paths where jinn whisper and dead sultans pace. Superstitious nonsense, sure, but even seasoned archaeologists avoid poking too far in some areas, especially when the tunnels descend at unnatural angles. One overlooked detail. Some of Cairo's oldest footpaths align strangely with ancient stellar maps. Coincidence, or a city once laid out to mirror the heavens? Historians shrug. Astronomers smile. Tour guides quote it like gospel. And above all of this, life goes on. Cairo breathes, sings, fights, prays. It rarely looks down. But if you listen closely, the stones remember. There are temples with no roof altars, with no gods, prayers, with no tongue left to speak them. They lie just below dreaming in the dark. You step back onto the street. The muezzin calls. A taxi blares its horn. But under your shoes, something ancient shifts slightly, just to remind you nothing in Cairo ever truly disappears. It just waits forgotten, but not gone. Not all forbidden things are locked behind doors. Some are simply buried and whispered about by those careful enough to remember. Tonight you drift into Beijing, but not the Beijing of neon-lit billboards or traffic-choked ring roads. No, tonight you go deeper. Beneath the forbidden city, beneath its gold-tiled silence, a stranger story sleeps. By day, the forbidden city is orderly, symmetrical, intimidating. Every archway seems to judge your posture. Every guardian lion carved from marble has a backstory. But no one really talks about what lies below. Not the emperor's wine cellars or his backup throne room. We're talking about what may be far older and entirely unrelated to emperors. Let's start with what we know. The Forbidden City, completed in 1420 under the Ming Dynasty, stands on a carefully chosen patch of land. The imperial architects followed strict feng shui, aligning palaces with cardinal directions, water flow, and geomantic energy. But when builders began laying foundations, records suggest something odd: stone blocks already in place. Deep ones, arranged in no known Chinese pattern, like someone had once built here and vanished. Historians still argue whether those stones were remnants of Yuan dynasty buildings, ruins from when the Mongols ruled. But some believe they're much older, perhaps from a pre-imperial city erased from the official record. Others whisper about Shang-era temples, or even lost Bronze Age sites that imperial chroniclers deliberately ignored. Too embarrassing, too un-Confucian, too not us. A little-known discovery fuels the mystery. In the 1950s, renovation workers repairing drainage under the Meridian Gate reportedly found narrow tunnels some brick-lined, some carved directly into bedrock. Most were sealed, but one chamber was sketched by an intern before it was reburied. The sketch showed strange etchings, circular motifs, and animal shapes with too many eyes. Official reaction. You saw mold. Case closed. And then there's the question of the false floors. Some court documents from the Qing dynasty refer to hollow pavilions and sealed undersquares suggesting the existence of compartments beneath ceremonial halls. One theory holds that these were panic rooms built to protect emperors during rebellion. Another theory that they were temples repurposed, never fully understood by the court. So the solution was simple: put a throne on top and stop asking questions. And let's not forget the legend of the four-eyed priest. This figure appears in a handful of forgotten manuscripts as a sorcerer who walked through walls, spoke no Chinese, and vanished into a pit beneath the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Obviously myth. Unless, of course, he knew something about the older tunnels beneath. There's also something deliciously unsettling about the Forbidden City's symmetry. So perfect, so meticulous, and yet a few underground anomalies detected by modern sensors don't match the blueprint. Empty spaces where nothing should be. A room that appears to be round when every other chamber is square. One unexplained hollow just beneath the Imperial Garden, directly under a stone turtle statue. And turtles, if you didn't know, are ancient symbols of memory and time in Chinese cosmology. They're also very good at hiding things under their shells. Now, archaeologists love patterns. So do emperors. But when patterns start misbehaving, like when underground drainage systems don't connect to known aqueducts, or when subterranean bricks use mortar recipes not found elsewhere in Ming China, people start quietly closing doors and not reopening them. You might think surely modern Beijing has dug it all up by now. Subway tunnels, foundations, skyscrapers, they must have seen it all. But not quite. The Forbidden City remains relatively untouched beneath ground level. Excavation there is legally restricted, tightly monitored. Official reason, preservation. The unofficial reason, it's complicated. In one bizarre incident from 1987, a historian published a short paper suggesting that the Forbidden City was erected upon older rituals whose origins were not entirely human. The paper was pulled within 24 hours. When asked why, the publisher laughed nervously and said it made people uncomfortable. And yet, the belief persists among some locals that there's an older city under the Forbidden City, something not recorded but felt. Tour guides sometimes avoid certain corners after dark. Janitors claim to hear movement in sealed corridors. One maintenance worker once reported a soft humming sound beneath the Hall of Mental Cultivation. He quit the next day and refused to speak of it again. Could have been rats, or air pressure, or just an emperor sighing in his sleep. There's something to be said for myth after all. Myths fill gaps where history loses nerve. In the end, whether the deeper city is real symbolic or both, it's not nothing. Something beneath the Forbidden City calls quietly, and you're now close enough to hear it. You leave slowly, retracing your steps. The red lacquered walls seem taller now, the silence heavier. Maybe it's just the night. Or maybe some walls really do remember everything they were built over. Maybe thrones, too, can sit nervously when the floor beneath them breathes. You think you know London. Fog tea, double-decker buses. But tonight, you're not staying at street level. Beneath the pubs, tube stations, and damp brick arches, there's a ghost grid one that stretches back through empires. plagues, fires, and footpaths so old they forgot their own names. London moves fast. Taxis race. Trains growl beneath your boots. But history here, history walks, sometimes in circles, sometimes underground, and sometimes it shows up in places the city planners pretend not to notice. Let's go back. No further. Before Big Ben, before the Blitz, before Shakespeare, before London was London, beneath today's capital traces of an older network still hum faintly roads, walls, ditches that predate even the Roman conquest. Historians still argue whether the pre-Roman settlement was called Londinian, or if that's just a fancy Latin retrofit. What we do know is the Romans arrived around 43 CE and found something useful enough to build on. Not erase, not flatten, just improve. The Roman city became a blueprint, but not the first one. They laid their famous roads, Watling Street, Ermine Street, directly atop older tribal paths, the sort trodden by carts with squeaky wheels and feet with little patience. You can still feel it in places. Under certain pubs in the city of London, there's a slight tilt to the floor. Not just bad renovation, those slants follow the curve of vanished Roman walls, the ghost grid hiding in the angles. Here's something you might not know. Modern Londoners still navigate using old boundaries they don't realize are ancient. Ever wondered why Bishopsgate, Aldgate, and Ludgate all sound like different flavors of gate? It's because they were Roman gates, named after the saints, or functions they later absorbed. But the roots between them older still. And then there's the fleet. No, not the Royal Navy. The river fleet, now mostly buried, but once a major waterway in Roman Londinium. Today, it trickles under Farringdon Station and Blackfriars Bridge, reduced to a ghost river, but still used as a reference point by construction crews. They avoid certain spots, not just for flooding, but because digging near the fleet often unearths things, like coins, or bones, or parts of a Roman bathhouse that hadn't been seen since Boudica tried to burn everything down in 60 CE. Oh, right, Boudica. She allegedly razed the city in a fiery tantrum. Archaeologists have found a burn layer beneath parts of London, a line of scorched earth and debris dated neatly to the time she would have stormed through. What came after a rebuild, of course. But they didn't clear the rubble. They just leveled it. Which means today's offices and shops sit on ground that once boiled with smoke. Let's talk roads. Some of London's current street patterns make no sense if you're using Google Maps. But if you overlay a Roman map, or even a medieval one, they suddenly become coherent, like puzzle pieces inherited from a much older box. Cornhill, for example, follows the line of a Roman thoroughfare. So does Cheapside. The road shifted slightly during the Great Fire of 1666, but not much. The bones were too deep. In 2013, while building Crossrail, a massive underground train line, workers uncovered hundreds of skeletons. At first, everyone panicked. Serial killer plague pit. Both turns out they were victims of the 14th century Black Death, buried in haste. But just a few feet below that layer, Roman leather sandals. One even still had the imprint of a foot. Imagine that. Someone's foot lost for 1-800 years, tucked beneath a train station. And it gets cozier. Beneath the Guildhall Art Gallery lies the remains of a Roman amphitheater. Not just a couple of stones, the whole outline. They discovered it accidentally in the 1980s while digging for a new foundation. Now it's preserved underground in a museum that most locals walk past daily without ever knowing they're 10 steps above ancient bloodsport. But not all ghosts wear togas. The medieval period built right on top of Roman London, often using Roman stone. Monks and masons repurposed columns as lintels or carved gargoyles into broken aqueducts. That's not recycling, that's history doing improv. One forgotten trick. Fire watchers during the Blitz noted that bomb craters often exposed older structures, hidden basements, Roman walls, Saxon footings. Londoners joked that Hitler was the worst archaeologist, but his bombs peeled back layers no one else dared touch. There's a manhole cover near Holborn that gives off warm air in winter. People think it's steam from the underground. It might be, but there's a story that beneath that spot lies a Roman bath still faintly heated by natural springs. No one's opened it in decades. Too risky. Too expensive. But sometimes, the warmth rises anyway. And then there are the names. Tower Hill, Ludgate, Cripplegate. Every one of them a whisper of a path once taken. A warning once posted. A story carved in paving stones. You don't need a map to walk the old routes, just a good sense of direction, a slightly overactive imagination, and maybe shoes that can handle uneven ground. So the next time you're in London, listen to your feet. The city hums beneath you. A little misaligned, a little haunted, perfectly reused. The ghost grid isn't gone, it just waits for someone slow enough to notice. The scent hits you first. Warm stone, faint incense, the ghost of roasted maize. You're in Mexico City now, but just for a moment. Because beneath the cathedral bells and subway rumbles, the earth opens into a sacred overlap, where old gods slept beneath newer gods, and where whole civilizations were paved over with the confidence of conquest. There's a phrase in archaeology, disturbed context. It means someone dug things up, moved them around, muddled the evidence. If that phrase were a city, it would be Mexico City. A place where Spanish cathedrals sit directly on top of Aztec temples, which in turn were built over the ruins of older, more elusive cultures. A city layered not just in stone, but in contradictions. Modern-day Mexico City was once Tenochtitlan, capital of the Aztec Empire. Historians still argue whether the Spaniards razed the entire city in 1521 or simply built over it out of convenience. Probably both. The Spanish conquistadors, led by Hernán Cortés, wanted to stamp out Aztec power, sure, but they also appreciated a good location. A city built on a lake with aqueducts. Yes, please. So the conquistadors built their churches, palaces, and streets right on top of Aztec foundations, in some cases using Aztec stones. The Metropolitan Cathedral, that's perched squarely over the Templo Mayor, the main temple of Tenochtitlan. If that feels rude, it's because it is. You can visit the Templo Mayor today, well, parts of it. What's excavated looks like a jagged pyramid's ribcage hemmed in by colonial walls. But archaeologists believe much of the temple remains buried under surrounding buildings. Occasionally, subway expansions or plumbing repairs will hit something ritualistic. That's always a fun day for a construction crew. Now, the Templo Mayor wasn't just one pyramid. It was many rebuilt and layered over time, 6 or 7 phases at least. Which means that even the Aztecs were building on top of themselves, adding new ceremonial layers as rulers changed. So when the Spanish destroyed the outermost layer, they accidentally preserved earlier versions. Oops. But Tenochtitlan wasn't the first great city here. Before the Aztecs arrived in the Valley of Mexico, the region hosted cultures like the Toltecs and the mysterious Teotihuacanos. Teotihuacan, a massive city with pyramids, murals, and no written record, is just 30 miles northeast. Some believe it influenced Aztec cosmology and city planning. Others claim the Aztecs thought it was built by gods. And here's where things get especially tangled. The Aztecs themselves were immigrants. They arrived in the valley only a few centuries before the Spanish found the ruins of Teotihuacan and decided, yep, this is divine. Let's build our capital nearby and mimic the layout. That's like moving to Rome and designing your house after the Colosseum just to impress your neighbors. So, the very idea of sacred overlap was baked into their thinking. The gods had done it before, why not them? There's also a myth deeply woven into the city's memory that beneath the Templo Mayor lies the navel of the world, a point where the heavens, earth, and underworld all meet. During recent digs, archaeologists uncovered a stone monolith known as the Koyo Saukui stone, depicting a dismembered moon goddess. It was placed at the base of the temple, possibly as a symbolic gateway to the underworld, or as a message, enter here, but gently. And the underworld imagery doesn't stop there. Tunnels beneath Mexico City often cave into strange finds: obsidian knives, skull racks, tiny ceremonial offerings sealed inside clay vessels. In 2020, a tunnel lined with pre-Hispanic symbols was discovered under the plaza near the cathedral. Some experts believe it was a sacred passage, perhaps connecting to a larger unexcavated structure. Others say it's a drainage system that got overhyped. Again, myth versus maintenance. But here's a quiet detail. Most myths, many of the colonial-era buildings in the city center are slightly tilted. Not from earthquakes, but from unstable foundations. They were built on the ruins of something sacred, and the ground never fully settled. It shifts, remembers, complains just enough to lean. One hotel lobby has a glass floor revealing parts of an Aztec altar. A metro station has murals depicting the Spanish conquest, painted over fragments of stone believed to be from a shrine. Even some parking garages include tiny museum exhibits because, well, they had to dig through a piece of history to pour the concrete. And beneath it all, Lake Texcoco. Or rather, what's left of it. Tenochtitlan was built on an island in the lake. Its layout, a precise celestial calendar of canals, temples, and causeways. The Spanish drained the lake, but the water's memory persists. The city still floods, still sinks. Every rainy season is a reminder that something ancient underneath hasn't finished speaking. So tonight, as you float just above the surface of asphalt stone and half-buried gods, know this Mexico City never quite chose between past and present. It simply layered them, like a song that keeps picking up new instruments but never stops playing the old melody. The rumble of the metro fades. Paris exhales through its vents and gutters. You descend a short flight of steps near a sandwich shop and find yourself in silence. This isn't the Paris of perfumes and painters. It's the one underneath, older, quieter, and still whispering in Gallic dialects no one's spoken in 1,000 years. Paris likes to present itself as timeless. Eiffel, Notre Dame, the Seine, all posed like old friends in perfect lighting. But if you listen below the accordion music and museum footsteps, you'll hear something stranger. Older than the Revolution. Older than the kings. Before Paris was Paris, it was Lutetia. But even Lutetia wasn't first. Historians still argue whether the Parisii, the ancient Celtic tribe that gave the city its name, built anything permanent. What we do know is that they had settlements along the Seine as early as the 3rd century BCE. Archaeological digs along the riverbanks have revealed wooden platforms, fishing tools, and signs of trade. Not glittering temples, just life. Quiet, ordinary, enduring. When the Romans arrived around 52 BCE, They built their version of a proper city baths, roads, temples, forums. They called it Lutetia Parisiorum. But instead of starting from scratch, they settled slightly south of the original Celtic town and layered their city over it. Some of those early wooden structures were simply buried, some burned, some are still there under your feet. One of the most striking Roman relics is the Arène de Lutèce, an ancient amphitheater that now sits in the Latin Quarter, shyly tucked between modern apartment blocks. It was uncovered in the 1860s during construction. Before that, people thought it was a myth. Turns out it was just forgotten. Paris is very good at forgetting. And then there are the Roman baths at Cluny, still visible, still faintly echoing with warm steam and lost sandals. These baths were built atop older Gallic ritual grounds. How do we know? Because some of the stone used for the Roman walls has carvings, pre-Roman ones, faces, birds' runes, that don't quite match Latin. Someone once worshipped here before the empire gave them a new religion, a new tongue, and a new plumbing system. The metro system reveals even more. In some stations like Cluny-la-Sorbonne or Saint-Michel walls cut through foundations not meant for trains. Construction workers in the 20th century regularly ran into blocks with Latin inscriptions, Celtic symbols, or just bones. So many bones. In 2006, during renovations near Rue de Rivoli, diggers unearthed parts of a medieval cemetery stacked on top of Gallo-Roman foundations, coffins piled over cobbles, grief layered over grain storage. One tombstone bore the name of a monk no one had recorded, a man buried above a baker perhaps, who once worked in a building above a shrine. Sometimes you'll spot a street that curves, oddly resists the grid. That's not a mistake. It's an echo. Some paths in the Marais district follow the routes of Gallic foot trails. They defy symmetry because they were carved by need, not by plan. Walk them at dusk, and you'll feel it, how the stones slope, how your footsteps sink slightly. Like the city still remembers softer sandals. Let's not forget the catacombs. Everyone talks about the bones, but few ask what's beneath the bones. The ossuaries, those skull-lined galleries, are carved into limestone quarries that predate the city's modern foundations. These quarries once fed the stones of Notre Dame. But before that, who knows, the Parisi likely carved similar caves, or at least knew of them. Sacred storage. We don't know. But the silence down there isn't just about death, it's about time. Here's something sleep-friendly and strange in the fourth arrondissement parts of a basement wall beneath a bakery turned out to be from a first-century Roman aqueduct. Still intact. Still damp. The bakery incidentally makes excellent almond croissants. History tastes good sometimes. And every once in a while, someone finds something weirder. In the early 1990s, a maintenance worker discovered a sealed room beneath a parking garage in Belleville. Inside, broken clay pots, bone tools, and a rough-hewn stone circle. Carbon dating suggested something pre-Roman, Gaulish, pre-Celtic. The city quietly fenced it off and rerouted the plumbing. There's a gentle stubbornness in Paris's underlayers. They don't ask to be found. They're content to stay quiet like the foundation stones of a house you never really think about. But they're always there, holding everything up, holding stories that haven't been told in centuries. Not dramatic, just waiting. So tonight, if you hear a distant clatter in the metro or feel a cool breath near an old cellar, don't panic. You're just brushing past something that used to be someone's whole world. A market, a prayer, a childhood memory now supporting a sandwich shop. Beneath Paris, the past isn't hidden. It's humming, just softly enough that only the sleepy can hear it. You've wandered through cities, layered like cakes and tangled like ivy. But now you stand on stones that might be more myth than memory. Welcome to Athens. Not just the proud marble ruins of philosophers and playwrights, but the one beneath, the one that might remember Atlantis. The sun's long gone, and the Acropolis glows faintly in the distance, like a thought you haven't quite remembered. This is the Athens everyone knows, Socrates' olive tree's democracy, that only included maybe 5% of the population. But Athens, like all old cities, has an underlayer, both physically and philosophically. Let's start with something cozy, the myth of Atlantis. Plato, writing in the 4th century BCE, claimed the story came from Egyptian priests who told it to Solon, who passed it to Critias, who told it to Socrates. A classic ancient game of telephone. Atlantis, they said, was an advanced civilization that sank beneath the sea in a single day and night. People have looked for it everywhere: the Atlantic Ocean, the Mediterranean, the Caribbean, their cousin's suspiciously deep backyard pool. Historians still argue whether Plato made the whole thing up as an allegory, a warning tale, a bedtime story for philosophers who couldn't sleep. But here's the weird part. Plato said that ancient Athens fought against Atlantis, and that the Athens of that era was not the Athens he lived in, but an earlier one, a deeper, purer, almost forgotten version of the city. A city that had already risen, already fought, already been buried by time. That's right, Plato's version of Athens had a prequel. So, where did it go? Some believe the Acropolis hides it quite literally. Beneath the plateau are older walls, older foundations, fragments that don't match classical Greek design. Stones too large, placed without mortar, fitted so tightly that even today's engineers blink twice. Sound familiar? It's the kind of construction people usually associate with the Mycenaeans, or even earlier Bronze Age cultures, possibly influenced by Minoan or Cycladic styles, possibly something else. Excavations on the southern slope of the Acropolis have uncovered shrines, staircases, and walls dating back to the 13th century BCE, over 600 years before Socrates misbehaved in public. One stairway descends in a spiral and ends in nothing. No room, just blank wall. Was it ceremonial abandoned? A really disappointing Airbnb unknown. And then there's the Cave of Pan. Yes, that Pan, the goat-legged flute-playing forest god. His cave sits beneath the Acropolis, hollowed into the northern cliff face. Archaeologists found votive offerings, ancient lamps and inscriptions dating back to the Archaic period and earlier. But even before Pan moved in, it seems someone else used the space possibly as a sacred spring or an oracle chamber. The air down there still cool, still smells like wet limestone and caution. Athens doesn't talk much about Atlantis. It prefers to remember its Golden Age Pericles, Athena marble, everything. But clues to a deeper past poke through. The oldest part of the city, the Cloaca district, follows street lines that defy logic. Some paths don't match Roman or Byzantine patterns. They curve around invisible things. Some historians believe these are echoes of Mycenaean routes, or even pre-Mycenaean settlements swallowed by later rebuilding. In 2002, during subway construction, workers unearthed an ancient aqueduct and a network of burial chambers with grave goods from multiple eras, layers upon layers. One tomb contained a woman buried with both Greek and non-Greek artifacts, suggesting cultural fusion or perhaps migration. Maybe she was from an older city. Maybe she was from Atlantis. Probably not. But still, she was someone. And she was down there waiting. Let's talk about the Kerameikos, the old cemetery northwest of the Acropolis. Excavations have revealed graves dating back to the 12th century BCE. But beneath those scattered stones and earth discolorations hint at even earlier human activity: campfires, pits, a wall foundation that doesn't match any known plan. One archaeologist jokingly called it Atlantis's cousin. The name didn't stick, but the mystery did. There's also the matter of the ancient wells, deep ones dug in strange places, some filled in hastily, others maintained for centuries. A few have carvings on the inside, faint spirals, and wave-like patterns, symbolic or just bored masons with artistic flair. The debate continues. The water still drips regardless, and the Acropolis Museum beautiful, full of marble statues and weary school children, but its glass floors allow you to look down straight into ruins older than the museum itself. Floors that lead nowhere, thresholds that enter nothing, like the dreams of a city that only half remembers itself. People think of Athens as the cradle of Western civilization, but cradles rock, cradles move. And sometimes they rest atop older cradles carved from older wood, belonging to someone we no longer have a name for. So tonight, as you lie here, thinking of waves and temples, remember that Athens isn't just a city. It's a stage built atop another stage. And maybe Atlantis didn't sink. Maybe it was buried, folded neatly into the stones of a city that never stopped rebuilding itself. There's a strange warmth under Naples, not just from the pizza ovens or Mediterranean sun, but from something deeper. Ancient stone, buried fire, a memory that's lived too many lives to keep them all straight. Naples isn't just a city, it's a layer cake, and tonight you're slicing straight through it. It's midnight. Naples sleeps. Well, not really, someone's always shouting about coffee. But beneath the cobbled streets and mopeds, a far older city is still awake, whispering in Greek, murmuring in Latin, occasionally coughing up an amphora, just to keep things interesting. Let's start near Piazza San Gaetano. If you take a certain staircase, narrow, uneven, and always suspiciously damp, you descend into Napoli Sotterranea, the Naples underground. Down here, it smells like clay chalk and time. And the further you go, the less certain you are which century you're in. Today's Naples sits atop Greek Neapolis, founded in the 5th century BCE. But even that city was a rebuild of an earlier colony, Parthenope. The Greeks arrived here long before the Romans ever dreamed of empire, and they dug deep, carving out aqueducts chambers and ritual spaces straight into the volcanic tuffstone beneath the city. Volcanic rock is soft, easy to work with, and terrible at keeping secrets. Historians still argue whether the Greeks were the first settlers or if earlier Italic tribes had already claimed the coast. What we do know is that by the time the Romans arrived, they didn't need to build much from scratch. They just added on, paved over, Romanized. Take the crypt of San Lorenzo Maggiore, for example. Under this Gothic church lies a Roman marketplace macellum still intact. You can walk its corridors, peer into vendor stalls, and wonder how exactly one orders fish in Latin. And beneath that, Greek foundations, columns that don't match the Roman measurements. Stones, too, eroded to read, but still standing. One overlooked fact: Naples' underground isn't just ruins, it's functional. Those ancient Greek aqueducts, they were used as part of the city's water system well into the 20th century. That's right. Neapolitans were still sipping drinks, filtered through 2,500-year-old plumbing. If that doesn't impress, you consider this during World War II. Thousands of residents used those same tunnels as bomb shelters. Babies were born down there, songs were sung, bread was baked, all inside the walls of a city that technically hadn't existed in centuries. Some passages are far older than even the Greeks, carved deeper, with markings no one's confidently dated. One tunnel near the old city center leads to a chamber with strange acoustic properties, whisper at one end, and the sound travels perfectly to the other side. Was it ritual performance? A very dramatic echo chamber? No one knows, but the sound still works. And then there's the question of the Virgilian tomb, a cave said to house the remains of Virgil the Roman poet who penned the Aeneid. It overlooks the Bay of Naples and was revered in medieval times as a site of magical power. People left offerings, prayers, pieces of hair sometimes, creepy sure, but somehow fitting. One curious detail: parts of the modern city follow no sensible street logic. Especially in the Spaccanapoli district, the layout zigzags oddly. Why? Because it follows the footprint of the Greco-Roman grid, which itself followed the coastline of an even earlier, now sunken village. Streets with no visible waterline still curve like they're avoiding a shore. And the catacombs? Oh, the catacombs. San Gennaro's catacombs stretch like veins beneath the northern hills, layered with tombs, frescoes, mosaics. Some chambers bear Christian symbols. Others show hybrid designs, pagan gods morphing into saints. Transitional art. Transitional belief. A faith layering itself the same way the city did. Not all the underground is mapped. Local legend warns of a section called La Città del Silencio, the City of Silence, said to be a walled-off area beneath the historic center where nothing grows, sounds vanish, and compasses spin. Most archaeologists smile politely and change the subject. There's also an ancient Roman theater hidden under an apartment building. The story goes that a resident was storing wine in their basement and realized the walls looked oddly Colosseum-like. Turned out part of Nero's theater was underneath. You can now tour it after walking through someone's living room. One overlooked quirk: Neapolitan churches often feel sunk. Their floors are lower than street level. That's not design flair, it's time. The city rises, the churches stay put. And over centuries, what was once street level becomes a sunken shrine. You kneel not just to pray, but to match the height of history. In the ground itself, it shifts. Soft volcanic stone. Earth that remembers eruptions. Naples lives in the shadow of Vesuvius, and the city's layers are a kind of pact we'll keep building if you stay quiet. So tonight, as you lie, still remember that under Naples, time didn't pass, it piled. One century upon another like bricks, like bones. And all of it hums softly, waiting for someone quiet enough to notice. You've walked through buried temples, sunken tunnels, layered gods. But now, you stand before stones, so large, so quiet, they almost feel alive. Welcome to Baalbek, where Roman ruins sit proudly above a base that doesn't quite belong to them, and no one agrees who built it. The stars are crisp overhead, but Baalbek glows faintly from within. Not electrically, not spiritually, just geometrically. It's hard to explain. The place feels off in a good way, like a chord that doesn't resolve, and you're not sure if it's sacred music or an unfinished song. Nestled in Lebanon's Bekaa Valley, Baalbek boasts some of the most impressive Roman architecture still standing. Grand columns, giant archways. The Temple of Jupiter alone is colossal. But here's the twist. The base of that temple, the platform it sits on, is built from stones so massive, so precisely cut, they don't match anything else the Romans built. not just in size, in silence. Historians still argue whether the Romans quarried and placed the megalithic stones themselves, or if they found the platform already there and decided, well, this seems sturdy enough. If it's the latter, then who built it? Let's talk scale. One stone, called the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, weighs roughly $1,000 tons. That's about the size of a fully loaded passenger jet, but made of limestone. It's one of three trilithons forming part of the western wall of the platform. These aren't foundation stones casually dumped underground. They're centerpiece blocks, precisely leveled and aligned. You could balance a coin on the seam between two of them if you had a very stable hand. And a coin. And no one knows how they got there. There are no inscriptions, no tool marks anyone can agree on, no ramps large enough to explain how something that heavy was lifted several meters into the air and slid into place like a kitchen tile. The Romans, we know, loved Baalbek. They expanded it, built temples to Jupiter, Bacchus, Venus. They made it a cultural center. But even they seemed to treat the base as ancient, respectfully. They didn't modify it. They just honored it, like kids moving into a mansion built by a parent they never met. Local legends offer their own stories. One says, giants built the base. Another claims it was part of Solomon's temple project, shipped across dimensions, or raised by jinn. Another still says it was a landing platform for the gods. Obviously, these aren't peer-reviewed ideas, but they persist because, frankly, no academic theory has ever felt completely satisfying either. One curious point: while Roman stones show typical tool marks chiseling rope drag pinholes, the trilithon blocks don't. They look smooth, almost bored, like they were made with something other than bronze tools and sore backs. Some archaeologists suggest a forgotten culture before the Phoenicians with knowledge of stonework that was lost or deliberately erased. Others think it might be a case of extreme Roman ambition. But even then, why here? Why only here? And then there's the orientation. The Roman temple aligns with the stars, specifically with the rising of certain planets linked to Jupiter and Venus. But the trilithon base, its alignment differs, subtly but distinctly. Was it built for another god, another purpose, or was the original structure just lost, and the Romans guessed? In 2014, yet another stone was found at the same quarry as the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, buried beneath it, even larger, nearly 1,200 tons. That's heavier than some blue whales. And it's still attached to the bedrock like it was half lifted, half abandoned. Like someone started a job and decided, actually no. What were they building that needed that? One theory claims Baalbek was a sacred high place long before Rome arrived, possibly as far back as the Bronze Age. Some pottery fragments and rough walls beneath the Roman layers support this, but they're too damaged to reconstruct a full picture. It's like finding a puzzle piece with no box art. Some believe earthquakes buried earlier structures, leading successive cultures to build over the visible remains. Others believe the site's strange power isn't historical, it's symbolic. It's a place where human ambition met limits, then ignored them. But here's a quieter detail. When you stand beside those trilithons at dusk, they radiate heat differently than the smaller Roman stones. They cool slower, absorb light longer, like memory that doesn't fade evenly. And they're silent. More silent than the rest of Baalbek. You can hear your own breath when you lean close. You can hear the breeze slip past and hesitate. So tonight, let's not solve Baalbek. Let's just lie back under the weight of questions. Let the stones rest. Let the myths murmur. Let the possibility linger that somewhere, sometime, someone built a platform they never told anyone about. And that we, Romans travelers, dreamers, have just been decorating the roof ever since. The jungle hums around you, soft, wet, alive. But under the vines and bird calls lies silence, not emptiness. Waiting. You've arrived at Tikal, one of the Maya world's great cities. But what you see above ground is only the tip of a buried kingdom, built atop another kingdom built atop. Well, no one's quite sure. Tikal rises out of the Guatemalan rainforest like a stone ship emerging from green waves. Towering temples, echoing plazas, and a sense of scale that humbles most egos. But here's the secret: what you're seeing. That's just the part that's been brushed off. Excavated, photographed, the rest still hidden, still folded into the earth, like a dream no one's finished dreaming. Historians still argue how far back the earliest Tikal layers go. Officially, the city began to rise around the 4th century BCE. But beneath Temple 6, archaeologists found evidence of settlement dating back to 800 BCE, and possibly earlier. Bits of pottery, charcoal, post holes, like finding crumbs from a lost feast. The Maya were master builders, sure, but they were also master rebuilders. Every great temple at Tikal has older versions sealed inside it. You heard that right. The pyramids are like Russian dolls. Peel back Temple Y, and you'll find an earlier temple buried within. Same spot, same sacred alignment, just upgraded. Why Maya belief systems saw time as cyclical, renewal through burial. They didn't demolish the past, they entombed it, celebrated it, honored it with fresh stone. Beneath Temple de Sen, an archaeologist once found a staircase leading nowhere, a sealed chamber. Inside, a throne made of limestone facing a blank wall. No inscriptions, no offerings, just presence. Was it a forgotten ruler's meditation room? A stage for ghosts? We still don't know. Here's something even sleepier. Beneath Plaza 3, ground-penetrating radar revealed a network of earlier courtyards and platforms aligned not with the later temples, but with stars long gone from Maya charts. A different sky, a different calendar. It's as if the city was once tuned to a different cosmos, then retuned and then retuned again. One major excavation uncovered an entire complex beneath the visible Acropolis. Residential chambers, stairways, shrines, layers of living and dying. A palace beneath a palace. Imagine going to work every day, knowing someone once ruled from the room under your feet. In some tunnels, the air is still cool with centuries-old moisture. You can smell the limestone, the bat droppings, the faint mineral sting of time. Torch marks linger on ceilings where firelight once flickered off painted walls, now powdered to dust. There's an eerie sense that Tikal's underground isn't just below, but before. Like every tunnel, descends backward through culture. One layer speaks classical Maya glyphs and kings and warfare. The next, just simple carved stones. A fire pit. A hole to the underworld. And then, nothing but bedrock, scraped as if by hands, with no writing, no name, just instinct. Let's talk tombs. Many of Tikal's rulers were buried beneath the temples they commissioned. But here's the twist. Some of those tombs had their own foundations, buildings buried below them. That's like finding a tomb built on another tomb, which itself sits atop a shrine, a pyramid of meaning. In 2021, LiDAR scans of the surrounding jungle revealed entire neighborhoods previously missed. Roadways, terraces, reservoirs. Most hadn't been excavated yet, but within those structures, scholars believe are older ceremonial platforms still buried, built by predecessors, then erased, or maybe reverently consumed by successors, like respectful cannibalism, but with architecture. One overlooked detail. Some of the earliest layers feature a different style of pottery, different building angles. Not distinctly Maya, possibly Olmec influenced. Or maybe Tikal began as a frontier trading post for a now vanished group. Some think this makes Tikal not an origin, but a reinvention. A city that began as someone else's ending. And then there's the underworld Xibalba in Maya myth, the place of fear, trials, and transformation. Many temples have vertical shafts or hidden steps said to lead down toward it. Whether symbolic or ritualistic or just good ventilation, these downward paths reflect a core truth. The Maya believed power came from below, life from death, glory from shadow. Some say that deep beneath Tikal lies a sealed chamber of mirrors, a room meant to reflect the stars hidden far underground. No one's found it yet, but it fits the city's logic build-up to show the sky dig down to echo it. So tonight, as the jungle breathes above you and the ruins loom against a moonlit sky, know that Tikal's real story isn't what rises, it's what sinks. A buried kingdom within a buried kingdom, humming softly under its own weight. You don't need to excavate it all. Just listen. The ground remembers. You kneel in the dust of Persepolis, and for a moment, everything feels still. But if you wait long enough, just long enough, you'll sense it, the tremble of old cities underneath, like tectonic plates of memory. Persepolis didn't just fall once. It fell again and again. And every time someone came to build atop the bones. Set in the shadows of the Zagros Mountains in present-day Iran, Persepolis is the jewel of the Achaemenid Empire. Built by Darius the First in the 6th century BCE, it was a capital of ceremony of fire altars and stone staircases carved like long processions frozen mid-step. The place glows with pride. But underneath the glittering ruins is something stranger, deeper, older. Historians still argue whether Darius chose a fresh site for Persepolis or if he was reclaiming something already sacred. The official records are suspiciously quiet on that point. But the stones, they murmur a different story. Excavations beneath the Apadana Palace, the grand audience hall with its columns like petrified forests, have revealed earlier foundations. Some don't align with the visible structure. Blocks too weathered to be from Darius's time. And a curious thing, a base wall that seems to slope against gravity as if it were built to hold back a force we no longer understand. Probably an engineering decision. Probably. Then there's the buried canal system. Discovered beneath the terrace platform itself, it predates known construction. A water management system carved with such precision that it still channels runoff during rare rains. No inscriptions, no royal stamps. Just clean, ancient utility. Someone thought of drainage long before the empire built its staircases. One layer down, archaeologists found remnants of what might be an older fire temple. Charcoal clay bricks, burnt bone fragments. But it's rough, lacking the symmetry and grandeur of Persepolis. This wasn't imperial. This was intimate, local. A place where someone knelt by a flame and whispered something they didn't want recorded. And what about the gatehouses? Beneath the gate of all nations, some foundation stones don't match those used above. They're denser, darker, and contain inclusions rarely seen in other Achaemenid sites, possibly reused from an earlier city, possibly quarried from a now-lost location. One particularly stubborn block has a faint carving, not cuneiform, not Old Persian. Just a spiral. Small. Precise. No one can say what it means. a quieter mystery lies beneath the treasury. As Alexander the Great marched through and burned Persepolis in 330 BCE, either on purpose or drunken impulse, the debate continues. The vaults below survived. Some chambers were looted, others sealed by falling debris. But beneath the known treasury rooms, a second sublevel was discovered in the 1930s, and then forgotten. Why, some say it was too flooded to explore. Others suggest there were difficulties with local spirits. That's probably a polite way to say someone got scared. And here's the softest clue: of all layers of sediment, in certain corners contain pollen from non-native trees. Cedar, cypress. Trees grown nowhere near Persepolis today, but once part of sacred groves. That pollen only drifts into soil during ceremonial activity. In other words, there were rituals here before the columns ever rose, possibly centuries before. After the Achaemenids came the Seleucids, then the Parthians, then the Sasanians. Each left traces: Sasanian bricks baked with animal prints from temple dogs, Parthian pottery sherds reused in drainage channels. One shard found in 2012 bore a painted eye, just one, looking upward, still crisp after 1,500 years. There's even evidence of a medieval village built atop one corner of the ruins long after the Grand Empire fell. A cluster of sun-dried mud homes now gone, just enough to say someone remembered the place mattered, even if they didn't know why. And beneath all these layers is rock. Bedrock grooved and shaped by hands so ancient they left no name, no myth. Just cuts and hollows where water might pool, where fire might sit, where someone once waited for a sign from the sky. You walk the terrace now, with its cracked stairways and proud reliefs. You see the kings, the tribute bearers, the horses carved with delicate veins. But you feel the city shifting gently underfoot. Not in fear, just in habit, as if Persepolis has always expected to be replaced. So tonight, as you rest in its silence, know this: the city has fallen, risen, reshaped, rewritten, and yet it never truly left. Beneath every polished column is a rougher one. Beneath every carved message is an erased one. Cities crumble, empires shift. But the ground remembers the first builders, the ones without names, who built without expecting applause. The Bosphorus flows gently tonight, moonlight sliding across its surface like silk. But beneath those waters, and beneath the hills of Istanbul itself, lies something far more layered than the skyline suggests. You're not in just one city. You're in many stacked, mirrored, folded, each whispering up through stone and soil. Istanbul is a city with an identity crisis. Byzantium, Constantinople, Nova Roma, Istanbul. It's not just that its name changed, its layers did too. And tonight you're drifting down through them like a feather falling through time. At street level, you're surrounded by Ottoman domes, minarets, and cobbled lanes. But take one wrong step during a construction project, and odds are you'll hit a Roman road, or a cistern, or a burial chamber no one remembered until Tuesday. Let's start with the Hippodrome. Today, it's a wide plaza called Sultanahmet Square, a pleasant space with obelisks, tourists, and pigeons, but underneath, the remains of a massive Roman chariot racing stadium. Some arches still exist, buried beneath nearby cafes and apartments. In fact, the basements of several restaurants in the area have curved Roman vaults that once echoed with cheering crowds and thundering hooves. Now they echo with dishwashers and espresso machines. Historians still argue whether Constantine the Great founded the city entirely anew in the 4th century CE, or if he simply rebranded Byzantium, a Greek colony founded nearly a millennium earlier. What's clear is that whatever existed here before Constantine didn't erase it, he just gave it better infrastructure and a fancier title. Then there's the Basilica Cistern, a forest of marble columns beneath the surface, softly lit and always damp. Built in the 6th century under Emperor Justinian, it was designed to store water for the Great Palace. But guess what? Some of its columns were repurposed. One famous example, a column base featuring the upside-down head of Medusa. Where did it come from? No one knows. A pagan temple, a decorative bathhouse, maybe a recycling program for unwanted mythological figures. And here's where it gets even dreamier. The cistern isn't alone. Istanbul is riddled with underground chambers, hundreds of them. Some mapped, many not. Storage vaults, water channels, secret passages. There's even speculation that some of these connected directly to palaces, churches, or mosques above an invisible circulatory system beneath the city's skin. During renovations to the Marmarai train tunnel in the early 2000s, workers unearthed the harbor of Theodosius, an ancient Byzantine port completely lost beneath centuries of silt. Alongside Byzantine ships, archaeologists found older layers, wooden stakes tools, and dwellings from a Neolithic fishing village that predates Byzantium by thousands of years. Istanbul, it turns out, wasn't just founded twice. It may have been founded 10 times. Beneath the church of St. Polyoktos, built in the 6th century, now a half-ruin, are foundations even older than the current remains. The church itself was enormous, built before Hagia Sophia. But dig beneath its fragments, and you'll find rougher stones, non-Roman bricks, possibly a shrine to an older deity, possibly just someone's house. Either way, it's more than one lifetime thick. One of the eeriest discoveries, a section of the old Roman aqueduct that runs beneath an Ottoman mosque. Not next to it, beneath it. Like an ancient signature, the builders didn't bother removing, or couldn't. In the Grand Bazaar, shopkeepers will sometimes mention that the floor slopes oddly in places. That's not poor craftsmanship. It's history asserting itself. The bazaar was built atop earlier markets, which were themselves built along Roman roadbeds, which may have been overlaid on Greek trade paths. You're not walking across stone, you're walking across trade routes from 3 civilizations ago. And the sea itself keeps whispering. In the waters off the Yenikappa neighborhood, sonar scans have revealed odd stone patterns that some claim are parts of a submerged wall system. Others call them natural formations. But the alignment suspiciously rectangular, suspiciously deliberate. Like someone once tried to build a version of the city that reached into the Bosphorus itself. During particularly strong storms, Istanbul locals report odd smells rising from vents, wet limestone, old oil-burnt incense. Some say the air carries echoes from forgotten cisterns or tombs cracked open by shifting ground. Others just blame it on the plumbing. But the city never stops breathing. And here's a soft detail to sleep on: some of Istanbul's oldest churches were converted into mosques, and their underground crypts sealed. But in the Hagia Sophia, just beneath the marble floor, archaeologists found a hidden chamber, not large, not ornate, but containing fragments of icons deliberately broken and left buried. A quiet rebellion, a secret prayer in broken pieces. You leave the city above and descend into its memory. Byzantium, Constantinople, Istanbul. One sits on the other's lap like a child, and the third leans over both like a guardian. The city is not a name. It's a stack, a mirror, a whispered translation from one age to the next. So tonight, as the ferries sleep on the Bosphorus, and the mosques call softly in staggered echoes, remember that beneath each call is another. Beneath each footstep, another footprint. And beneath each city, another city, waiting to be dreamt again. The ocean never forgets. Its waves soften ruins its currents, cradle cities long since drowned. But beneath the surface, if you listen carefully, between each hush of surf, you might hear a story. Tonight, you drift beneath the sea, where stone columns sway, with seaweed, and sunken staircases still lead nowhere. You've probably heard of Atlantis, but tonight, we're not chasing that myth exactly. We're searching for the cities that didn't vanish in fire and fury, but slipped gently below the waterline, abandoned, subsumed, erased by tides and time. These aren't fantasy. These are real places still mapped on the seafloor, and some still visible if you know where to look. Let's begin with Alexandria. Founded by Alexander the Great in 331 BCE, it became one of the greatest cities of the ancient world. But large parts of the old city, including the famed royal quarters and the Pharos lighthouse, one of the seven wonders, now lie underwater. Earthquakes in the 4th century CE, followed by tsunamis and gradual land subsidence, pulled them down. Historians still argue whether the entire royal palace complex is submerged or whether parts were dismantled first. But divers in the 1990s discovered statues, columns, and granite blocks right off the city's shore. Some of these now sit in underwater museums. Others remain resting quietly, where they fell too massive to lift, too noble to disturb. Then there's Heraklion, once a bustling port city near the mouth of the Nile. For centuries, it was considered a myth until archaeologists found it beneath the Bay of Abukir in the early 2000s. Streets, temples, docks, all preserved in the silt like a postcard from 2,000 years ago. They even found a giant statue of Hapi the Nile god lying sideways like a fallen dream. Beneath the waters, off the coast of India, lies the ancient city of Dwarka, mentioned in Hindu epics. Sonar mapping and underwater archaeology near modern-day Dwarka revealed ruins submerged beneath the gulf of Khambhat stone walls, steps grid-like city planning. Whether these structures match the mythic Dwarka is still debated, but the seabed speaks of something carefully built, then quietly drowned. In the Mediterranean, near Pavlopetri, off southern Greece, archaeologists uncovered one of the oldest known submerged cities, dating back to around 2800 BCE. Streets, tombs, buildings all laid out in a careful grid beneath shallow waves. The city was likely lost to earthquakes, its remains pressed gently into the sea, like a fossil you can still wade through. Japan offers its own mystery, the Yonaguni Monument, a series of massive staircase-like rock formations submerged near Okinawa. Some believe it's a natural formation. Others argue it's a sunken pyramid built by a lost civilization. The steps are too even, the angles too sharp. But science still unsure, and the ocean unbothered. And in the Black Sea, scientists found evidence of ancient shorelines miles from today's coast, suggesting that earlier Neolithic settlements may have been swallowed by a catastrophic flood, perhaps even the one that inspired flood myths across Mesopotamia and beyond. Submerged tools, structures, and signs of human life now rest beneath layers of quiet saltwater. In the Caribbean, rumors of sunken cities echo along the coasts of Cuba and the Yucatan Peninsula. Sonar scans have picked up unusual formations, lines and grids beneath the surface. Some dismiss them as geological. Others whisper about them as remnants of unknown civilizations erased by rising waters long before history began to write itself down. One oddly poetic case, a church steeple poking from a reservoir in Italy, only visible during drought years. It's not ancient, but it reminds us that sinking cities isn't just a thing of the past. Climate time tectonics, they're always working, always redrawing the map. Venice itself sinks a little more every year. Even parts of ancient London, once marshland, now sit below river level, protected only by pumps and walls. New York has foundations buried in old riverbeds. Jakarta is sinking inch by inch. Cities don't have to collapse in glory, they can simply slip sigh and vanish. But of all the submerged cities, Alexandria still feels the most aware. Divers often speak of a strange calm when swimming among its ruins, like the city hasn't left, only relocated, like it still dreams beneath the waves, waiting for someone who remembers where the steps once led. Tonight, as you drift through this underwater archive, the light filters green, and the stone walls glow with algae. Nothing moves quickly here. Not time, not fish, not memory. You're floating through a silence that holds kings, merchants, mother's coins, dropped in haste, sandals lost mid-step. You don't need a submarine to feel it. Just imagination, just patience. Let the sea carry you over rooftops. Let it whisper stories that don't end, only submerge. You step once more onto solid ground, or do you? Because now you know there is no final layer. Every city is a palimpsest, a page rewritten, a stone reused. Beneath every cafe, every crosswalk, every quiet apartment wall, there might be a forgotten altar, or a market, or a memory still echoing through dust. The word palimpsest comes from the Greek palimpsestos, scraped again. In the ancient world, parchment was expensive, and scribes would sometimes erase old text to make room for new. But the old words never vanished completely. They ghosted beneath the surface, peeking through the ink of newer voices. Cities are no different. You've walked through 14 places tonight: Rome, Jerusalem, Cairo, Beijing, London, Mexico City, Paris, Athens, Naples, Baalbek, Tikal, Persepolis, Istanbul, and those that now lie under the sea, each one layered, patched, repurposed. A mosaic, not just of buildings, but of time. And that's the strangest comfort. No city is ever just itself. Rome is a basilica, on a temple, on a sewer, on a hut. Beijing is a throne, on a shrine, on a myth. Istanbul is an echo of Byzantium, singing through Ottoman stones. Paris is a sandwich shop with a Gallic prayer below its floorboards. And Mexico City. That's a cathedral with gods buried politely underneath. Even now, the city you live in. Yes, yours probably sits atop something older. A fire pit, a cellar, an outhouse with excellent views of the stars. Maybe someone carved a heart into a tree here 500 years ago. Maybe it was covered over with concrete. Maybe it's still there. Historians still argue whether we build on ruins out of necessity or habit, whether it's practical or poetic. But the result is the same cities that are never still, even when they seem frozen in time. One overlooked truth: we rarely tear things down fully. We bury them, forget them, rename them, use their bricks to build a post office, paint over their altars, turn their sacred rivers into traffic barriers. The past doesn't vanish, it's just quiet now. And beneath the layers, a kind of memory that never asks to be heard. It hums, it waits, it watches. In Naples, a stairwell curves oddly because there was once a bakery wall. In Jerusalem, the stones under your foot may have once been part of a holy platform, a courthouse, or a garden. In Athens, that marble column might have been lifted for a goddess, then reused for a stable, then buried and mistaken for a stepping stone. In every city, A child once tripped on a corner that no longer exists. A merchant haggled in a square, now sealed under 5 layers of asphalt. A prayer was whispered in a language no one speaks anymore. And someone long before you stopped on the same exact spot where you now stand and wondered who came before them. That's the gift of a city, not its monuments, not its traffic lights, but its echoes. So tonight, let your thoughts drift back through the layers, past the neon signs, past the red tile roofs, past the cracked fountains and the covered wells and the stubborn cobblestones, all the way down to the first hearth, the first hut, the first whispered dream of permanence. And then come back, slowly, gently, knowing that no city is ever just here. It's everywhere it once was. Let that thought settle with you like soft dust. Let it quiet the mind. And if your ceiling creaks tonight, maybe it's just your building settling. Or maybe it's history shifting slightly in its sleep. Imagine staring up at the night sky. No satellites, no smog, no buzzing airplanes. Just a velvet dome sprinkled with flickering stars. And then, a streak of fire slices through it. A comet. For you, maybe it's beautiful. For an emperor, it might mean abdication, assassination, or absolute power. The Romans didn't just glance at the sky, they interrogated it. Every cloud, swirl star cluster, or flickering light was a scroll waiting to be read. And when a comet streaked across the heavens, people didn't just gasp, they prepared for chaos. Births, deaths, famines, or even sudden promotions, they were all on the table. Because in their eyes, the gods weren't subtle. They were showy, melodramatic, and frankly, a little theatrical. Take 44 BCE. Julius Caesar, the man who practically trademarked ambition, had just been assassinated. A comet blazed in the sky shortly after. His adopted son Octavian, later Augustus, didn't waste a second. He told the world this was no coincidence, it was Caesar's soul ascending to the heavens. Instant divine PR. With one celestial tale, Octavian turned himself from heir to a god's legacy. Try topping that in your family WhatsApp group. And this wasn't a one-off. For centuries, rulers across the Roman Empire used the sky as a kind of cosmic endorsement. See a flaming ball of gas tearing through the sky. That's not atmospheric friction. That's confirmation you were right to start a war with those annoying neighbors to the east. Historians still argue whether these rulers genuinely believed in divine signs or just found them politically convenient. Did they really think Jupiter was playing interstellar charades with fireballs? Or were they just skilled at turning superstition into statecraft? One Emperor Nero, the guy known for fiddling while Rome burned, reportedly panicked when a comet appeared. His solution? Execute a bunch of nobles. Why? Because someone told him comets foretold the death of kings. So if a comet arrives, but you kill everyone else first, problem solved. Logic Nero style. Then there was Vespasian. When a particularly bright comet lit up the skies, he didn't get scared. He quipped, "This hairy star does not concern me, but rather the king of the Parthians, for he is hairy and I am bald." Was it gallows humor, imperial sass, or just a man who knew how to make the heavens bend to his narrative? Even outside Rome, the sky had stage presence. In Han China, court astrologers recorded guest stars and comets with obsessive detail. A comet with 3 tails, you'd better double-check your will. One with a green hue, might be time to cancel that military expedition. In fact, entire battles were planned or canceled based on celestial behavior. Armies paused. Priests offered sacrifices. And somewhere, Surely a peasant just wanted to get home before the goats escaped again. But let's not pretend this was all pomp and paranoia. Sometimes the signs worked. A comet appeared before the death of Emperor Claudius. Another one preceded the eruption of Mount Vesuvius. And those kinds of coincidences, they'll fuel 1,000 bedtime stories and a few dozen cults. Of course, nowadays we know comets are icy rocks orbiting the sun, not divine carrier pigeons. But try telling that to a Roman augur who's just sacrificed 3 sheep to get the latest forecast. So next time you see something strange streaking across the sky, ask yourself, is it a meteor? Or is someone out there in sandals and a toga quietly plotting a coup? Sometimes it's not what you say, but how the pigeons fly. Yes, really. You're standing in the middle of a dusty field. The troops are restless. The general's sweating, and a massive decision hangs in the air. Attack or retreat? You'd expect a rousing speech, or maybe a topographic map. But no. In ancient Rome, all eyes turned skyward, to birds. This wasn't a metaphor. The flight of birds was a state-approved strategy tool. The augurs, Rome's most sky-obsessed officials, literally watched the direction, height, and formation of birds to decode the will of the gods. If a raven cawed 3 times, could be a good day for conquest. If a flock flew left instead of right, cancel everything. The divine inbox was full of feathers, and the augurs were hitting refresh every morning. What sounds like the plot of a bizarre cartoon was in fact Roman bureaucracy at its finest. Augury wasn't fringe, it was institutional. Senate meetings, royal weddings, even the founding of Rome itself, began only after a good look at the local sparrow traffic. The most legendary augur moment, probably Romulus, the mythical founder of Rome. He and his brother Remus were having a whose city is better contest, like kids with Legos, but with more livestock and potential murder. When it came to naming rights, they decided to let the birds decide. Romulus saw 12 vultures, Remus only 6. Game over. Rome was born. Remus, didn't make it. Now you might be thinking, surely this was just symbolic. Nope. Real emperors delayed state affairs because the birds weren't cooperating. Cicero, the famously grumpy orator, once grumbled that the augurs wielded too much power, and yet even he waited for the official bird-watching report before making legal arguments. But here's the fun twist. Historians still debate whether augurs truly believed what they preached or just used bird flight as ceremonial cover. Were they reading divine messages? Or just stalling for time, ancient bureaucratic gaslighting at its finest? In one case, during a tense standoff, the birds simply refused to fly. The augurs interpreted this as a divine, do not proceed. Imagine telling your boss, the gods said, your emails must remain unanswered. Rome was wild. And let's not forget the sacred chickens. Technically, not part of the augur's job, but close enough cousins in the omens department. If the chickens didn't eat before battle, that's a literal no-go from the divine realm. Back to the birds. It wasn't just flight. They noted direction east, good west, questionable formation disorder, bad and calls melodic, praise, squawking, panic. Imagine ancient generals looking at migrating geese like they were stock tickers. Ah yes, bullish goose activity today. Time to invade Gaul. This obsession filtered down to ordinary Romans too. Marriages, property purchases, even gladiator games were sometimes timed with a lucky crow sighting. Birds were Rome's unofficial influencers without the Instagram filters, but with way more authority. One emperor, Claudius, reportedly kept a team of augurs on retainer, like some keep personal trainers. Their job, make sure his every move was wing approved. You can almost hear them. Sire, the starlings have aligned. Proceed with the marriage. Maybe. It's easy to laugh now, but think of it this way. In a chaotic world, birds offered Romans a sense of control. When politics was messy, the Senate corrupt, and neighbors suspicious, you could still trust a dove doing loops at sunrise. Or could you? Because, as some scholars whisper, augurs may have rigged the bird outcomes. Seed trails, hidden cages, even borrowed birds from compliant trainers. Let's call it ancient Rome's version of data manipulation, but with feathers. So the next time you spot pigeons circling your building, ask yourself, are they lost, or is someone nearby about to declare war? Tonight we abandon the skies and dig into guts. Yep, it gets weirder. Imagine a marble temple bathed in morning sun. Priests in long robes chant softly. Before them lies a freshly sacrificed sheep. And what are they doing? Reading its liver like it's tomorrow's weather forecast. Welcome to haruspicy, the art of divining fate through animal entrails. To the Romans who inherited this tradition from the Etruscans, organs weren't just biological. They were cosmic spreadsheets. Each liver bump vein pattern or color change meant something. War or peace. Marriage or betrayal. The truth they believed was always in the guts. You might be thinking, surely this was symbolic, right? Oh no. These priests, called haruspices, trained for years. They memorized organ diagrams the way surgeons do today, only instead of saving lives, they interpreted destiny. Some carried bronze liver models to study the divine layout in downtime. Picture flashcards of spleens and you're close. And these weren't shady back alley seers. The Roman Senate sometimes summoned haruspices to weigh in on national crises. A plague strikes call the liver guys. Strange dreams spreading through the city. Maybe it's time to check a goat. One famous incident involved Emperor Augustus. Before a crucial military campaign, he ordered a sacrifice. The liver of the animal reportedly had a perfectly formed caudate lobe, a rare occurrence said to promise overwhelming victory. Augustus proceeded and won. Coincidence or divine liver magic? You decide. Of course, this practice wasn't without drama. Some accused haruspices of manipulating outcomes. Say you wanted a war. You could just happen to choose an animal with an ominous gallbladder. Historians still debate, was this genuine belief or elite stage theater? Likely both. The liver never lies unless the priest does. But the real magic, it gave Rome a language to deal with the uncontrollable. Nature, war, death. These were overwhelming forces. Yet with a knife and a sheep's liver, suddenly the future felt graspable. Bloody, sure, but manageable. Even more fascinating, they had specific regions mapped onto the liver zones, tied to gods, regions of the empire, even types of disasters. If the upper left zone darkened trouble in the provinces. If the gallbladder burst betrayal ahead. The liver was like a metaphysical dashboard with no check engine light, just divine omens. It gets better. In some cities, they displayed livers in public temples. Imagine visiting a shrine and being shown last week's sheep liver for updates. Rome was many things, but never boring. And the practice wasn't confined to the Romans. Similar traditions existed in Babylon, Assyria, even among the Hittites. Everyone, it seems, loved a good bit of goat gibberish when it came to predicting the weather or war. Now some emperors grew addicted. Tiberius, for instance, once delayed an entire legal hearing just because a sacrificed bird's spleen seemed suspicious. You can imagine the lawyer, Your Honor, the evidence, silence. The intestines speak. Others were skeptical. Cicero again took a dim view, calling haruspicy superstition in a toga. But did that stop Rome from budgeting for it? Not a chance. These liver readers were on the imperial payroll. So next time you're stuck making a big decision, job change, new apartment, joining a cult, remember Romans looked at sheep guts. Maybe you just need a roast chicken and a little imagination. There's a snake in the Senate. No, not a metaphor, an actual, slithering, tongue-flicking snake. You're walking into the Roman Forum. It's early. Maybe you've got a toga over one shoulder. Coffee doesn't exist yet, and the Senate's about to start debating grain prices. Then suddenly panic. A long, gliding shadow cuts across the marble. A senator yelps. The session halts. A snake has appeared. In modern times, this would be a logistical issue. In ancient Rome, it was a divine interruption. The gods were speaking loudly and with scales. Snakes were not just animals in Rome. They were omens, serious ones. And when one showed up in the form, it wasn't call pest control. It was summon the priests, postpone the vote sacrifice, something immediately. In fact, Roman writers recorded multiple instances where a serpent's sudden appearance shifted entire political outcomes. One time, a snake's presence delayed a major decision on war. Another time, a Senate gathering was dissolved entirely. Who needs a filibuster when you've got a boa? Historians still argue, were these snakes just coincidental intruders? Or were they smuggled in for political drama? Because let's face it, if you needed to stall a vote and you knew people were terrified of omens, what better tactic than a well-timed python under a bench? But it wasn't just their presence that mattered, it was their behavior. Did the snake curl up calmly? Good sign. Did it hiss and vanish into the temple steps? Very bad. One account even describes a snake slithering up the statue of Jupiter and perching on the god's foot, instant chills across the Senate. Romans linked snakes to a variety of gods. Minerva, Apollo, even household spirits called Lares. In dreams, they could symbolize rebirth warning or betrayal. In real life, usually panic and a lot of men in sandals scrambling for the exit, and not all snake stories were public. One private account tells of a general who found a snake curled around his bedpost the morning of a big battle. He canceled the campaign and returned home. No explanation needed. The snake had spoken. You have to admire the practicality. Why spend hours debating policy when a reptile can make the decision for you? There were even rituals to cleanse a place after a snake sighting. Temples closed, homes blessed sometimes. Entire districts were purified with incense and chants, all because of one slither. And yet some Romans embraced the snake. The Emperor Augustus reportedly kept a tame one in his home. Others believed snakes were protective spirits of ancestors. You'd leave out food offerings, whisper prayers, kind of like hosting a very creepy ghost that might bite you. Then there's the story of a young priest who during a rite was interrupted by a snake that curled around the altar. Instead of panic, he bowed and completed the ceremony. The crowd interpreted it as divine approval. The priest later got promoted. Lesson: if you stay calm while a snake does laps around your ankles, you deserve a raise. Still, it's worth asking, were Romans more afraid of snakes, or the interpretations that came with them? One venomous misunderstanding could spark riots. A single misread omen could doom an entire political career. It wasn't the reptile, it was the meaning. And let's not forget that some of those meanings were conveniently flexible. If a snake entered from the west, it might symbolize divine judgment. But if it came from the east, a new beginning. Depends who's reading the sign and who benefits from it. So next time you see a snake in your garden, remember in ancient Rome, that little wriggler could have shut down the Senate, ignited a festival, or crowned a new emperor. It moves, it walks, it delivers a prophecy. You wake up in the Roman countryside. Birds are chirping. The sky is clear, and somewhere in the distance, a cow is speaking Latin. Or, so someone claims. Welcome to one of the stranger corners of Roman superstition, where animals didn't just act weird, they talked. And emperors took notes. You heard right. Talking animals. Now, were they actually talking? Probably not. But that didn't stop Romans from recording moments when cows, goats, even pigs made noises interpreted as words. And the moment that happened, it wasn't treated like a glitch in the barnyard. It was a national emergency. One popular story involved a cow in the Forum that reportedly mooed out something resembling the name of a newly crowned emperor. The reaction: panic, then celebration, then a sacrifice just in case. Because when the livestock starts predicting your career trajectory, you don't mess around. But where did this idea come from? The belief wasn't that animals were prophets themselves, but that the gods occasionally used them as mouthpieces. Think of it like divine ventriloquism. The universe couldn't send a tweet, so it used a sheep. Of course, not everyone was convinced. Some senators rolled their eyes. Others worried it was a political stunt. Oh, a chicken just predicted you'd win the election. How convenient, Gaius. Still, some emperors absolutely embraced this form of prophecy. Caligula, the man famous for many odd decisions, once claimed that his horse had opinions on state affairs. He even gave it a name, a house, and possibly a seat in the Senate. Historians debate whether this was satire, insanity, or performance art, but the point stands. Romans blurred the line between divine symbols and animal antics. And if you think this sounds extreme, consider the documentation. Ancient records include transcripts of talking cows, often written with the same gravity as laws or treaties. The beast approached, opened its mouth, and said something incoherent probably. But if it sounded like an omen, it became one. This brings us to one of the more famous animal utterances. A pig supposedly snorted out a curse against a corrupt magistrate. The townspeople took it so seriously, they banished the man. Yes, because of a pig's opinion. Democracy, but make it bacon-flavored. Historians still argue whether these events were hallucinations, mass delusions, or just creative storytelling, weaponized for political gain. Some suggest that talking animals were code used by conspirators to anonymously spread messages. Clever if you don't mind using a cow as your press secretary. But why did it matter so much? Why give that much power to a goat's grunt? Because Romans lived in a world where the divine mingled with the mundane. Every breath, breeze, or bleat could hold meaning. And if the gods were speaking through animals, ignoring them might mean disaster. Sometimes the animals didn't talk, but their actions spoke volumes. A cow refusing to eat, a bull kneeling, a lamb entering a temple uninvited, each one cataloged, analyzed, and debated. Picture Roman priests arguing about sheep behavior, like modern analysts decode economic signals. One temple even kept a book of animal omens, listing previous incidents, outcomes, and proper rituals. Imagine flipping through a bestiary that doubles as a state manual. Chapter 12. If a donkey laughs during eclipse season, expect famine. And in some rare cases, the animals didn't just talk, they screamed. One tale claims a goat shrieked before a fire broke out in a nearby barracks. Coincidence? The soldiers didn't think so. The goat became a local guardian spirit, probably got better food too. Of course, there were skeptics. Pliny the Elder, the Roman naturalist, once wrote, "Nature speaks plainly enough without putting words in the mouths of beasts." He didn't buy it, but he still recorded every instance just in case. So next time your cat stares at you like it knows something, maybe it does. In ancient Rome, that look could have launched a religious festival or a new regime. You toss, you turn, you wake up sweating, and suddenly your entire army changes direction. Welcome to the surprisingly official role of dreams in Roman imperial strategy. While modern generals rely on maps, satellites, and military briefings, some Roman leaders made battlefield decisions based on whether their dream involved a bad haircut, a talking eagle, or being chased by cheese wheels. Yes, dreams mattered that much. In ancient Rome, a weird dream wasn't just dismissed as too much goat stew. It was a signal. From whom the gods' ancestors, the universe, it depended who you asked. But rest assured, if the emperor dreamed it, it was discussed. Take Constantine the Great. The night before a crucial battle, he dreamed of a glowing cross in the sky and heard the words, "In this sign, conquer." The next day, he ordered that symbol painted on every shield. Spoiler, he won. Whether divine intervention or clever marketing, Constantine changed the future of Christianity because of a nap. But he wasn't the only one. Emperor Augustus once delayed a journey because he dreamed of a bloody moon interpreted as a bad omen. He stayed put, a nearby riot broke out, and the delay may have saved his life. And of course, Augustus made sure the public knew about it. It wasn't cowardice, it was cosmic timing. Dreams didn't just sway travel plans. Entire campaigns were launched or scrapped based on dream content. A Roman general dreaming of snakes meant danger. Dreaming of clear water meant victory. Dreaming of urinating on a temple that required a special cleansing ritual, 3 chickens, and a day off. And it wasn't just emperors who paid attention. Roman households had dream interpreters, sort of like therapists, but with more incense. A slave might wake up crying after dreaming about fire, and the matron of the house would call in a specialist to check for ghost activity or impending scandal. But let's be honest, dreams also made convenient excuses. Lose a battle. The gods warned me last night. Change a law overnight, I was told, in a vision. There was always wiggle room when your subconscious doubled as a legislative branch. And then there were the dream contests. Yes, really. In some temples, priests competed to have the most significant dream, like an ancient version of spiritual talent shows. The winning vision got chiseled into stone tablets. Imagine your sleep journal becoming public policy. Of course, not all dreams were welcomed. Nightmares involving dismemberment, darkness, or unnatural weather prompted immediate sacrifices, sometimes to Jupiter, sometimes to whoever was available. Rome did not sleep on bad omens. One emperor, Elagabalus, known for many eccentricities, reportedly recorded all his dreams and ranked them by importance. Scholars still debate if this was spiritual devotion or one long lucid dream gone wrong. But his palace included a dream garden for lucid meditation, complete with scented fountains and feathered pillows. Honestly, not the worst use of tax revenue. Even the battlefield wasn't safe. Roman generals often camped with dream interpreters in tow, ready to decode night terrors before the morning march. You might hear, "Sir, the eagle biting your ear means trust your left flank." Some dream symbols became standardized. A crow, sign of betrayal. Falling, loss of favor. seeing your dead father, time to make amends, or conquer Gaul, depending on mood. Entire handbooks existed for this ancient sleep manuals that doubled as war guides. But the line between dream and omen was thin. Sometimes soldiers were told to dream on purpose, to fast sleep in temples and await divine messages. This was called incubatio. It's like trying to summon Netflix recommendations by napping on your remote. Were these dreams real fabricated divine spam? Historians still argue. What's clear is that in Rome, sleep wasn't just rest, it was reconnaissance. So, tonight, if you dream of a chariot on fire, maybe check your calendar before agreeing to anything major. Imagine this. Your army is ready. Weapons are sharp, morale is high, but the chickens aren't hungry. In most military histories, strategy involves flanking terrain and clever deception. In ancient Rome, it sometimes came down to poultry appetite. Yes, sacred chickens held the fate of legions in their beaks. These weren't just any chickens. They were puli sacri holy hens, raised for the specific purpose of divination. Kept in gilded cages pampered like royal pets, these birds didn't fight or lay eggs. Their job was to eat. Or not eat. Because in Rome, whether or not the sacred chickens pecked their grain could determine whether the Republic marched to war. It's absurd. And yet this was deadly serious. The logic went like this. Before a major decision, especially military priests known as pullarii, would release the chickens and offer them sacred grain. If the chickens gobbled with enthusiasm, flinging crumbs and squawking a divine green light, go forth and conquer. If they turned up their beaks, stay home, regroup, and maybe throw in a few prayers. The most infamous example, the Battle of Drepana in 249 BCE. Roman commander Publius Claudius Pulcher was ready for naval battle. But the chickens refused to eat. Instead of taking this as a no-go, Pulcher snapped. If they won't eat, he reportedly sneered, then let them drink. And he tossed the chickens overboard. What happened next? A catastrophic defeat for Rome. Hundreds of ships lost. Thousands of sailors dead. Pulcher was recalled fined and became a cautionary tale never mock the poultry. Historians still debate whether Pulcher's chickens were actually sacred or if he staged the whole scene for dramatic flair. But the lesson stuck. Future commanders, even skeptics, treated the birds with ritual respect. No one wanted to be the guy who drowned the omen chickens. Interestingly, the ritual had layers. It wasn't just about if the chickens ate, it was how. Loud pecking, good. Calm clucking, less good. Sitting silently in a corner, cancel the campaign, and build a new temple just to be safe. Some commanders, desperate for divine approval, tried coaxing, a bit of extra grain, tastier barley. One legend even claims a Polarius secretly starved the chickens before a big event to guarantee they'd eat hungrily on cue. Strategic feeding or spiritual fraud. Either way, this obsession shows how deeply Romans intertwined faith with fate. To them, a chicken's appetite mirrored the god's favor. You weren't just feeding birds, you were opening a dialogue with destiny. Of course, these rituals had their skeptics. Cicero forever, the eye-roller, mocked the idea that divine wisdom came from chicken feed. If the gods speak through crumbs, then Rome is ruled by breadcrumbs, he once wrote. And yet, even he didn't openly defy the ritual when in office. Outside the battlefield, sacred chickens sometimes played roles in civic life. During famines, if the chickens refused to eat, that was interpreted as a sign of deeper, divine displeasure. Public fasts or purifications often followed. You might say the chickens had more say than the Senate on bad days. And let's not forget how this must have looked. An entire squad of grizzled soldiers standing silent watching chickens peck at grain. The tension, the suspense, the sheer absurdity. And yet Rome took it seriously. There's even a record of a general who claimed his dreams aligned with the chicken's appetite. Double the omen, double the glory, or double the pressure if things went sideways. So next time you grab some fried chicken, pause for a moment of respect. Somewhere, an ancient Roman soldier is watching you from history, whispering, "That bird once decided my fate." If a goat bleats 3 times before breakfast, does that mean you'll be crowned king? Let's head north into the misty hills of ancient Gaul, where Roman rule blended with older, wilder traditions. And in those forested provinces, one creature stood on surprisingly sacred hooves, the goat. Forget fluffy symbolism or petting zoo cuteness. These goats weren't just livestock. They were oracles, specifically local tribal leaders and sometimes Roman governors trying to fit entrusted goat behavior as a form of divine judgment. Yes, your legal fate might depend on how convincingly a goat screamed on command. The practice was simple and, frankly, a bit theatrical. A question would be asked aloud, usually something important, like, should we attack this rival tribe? Or is this treaty a trap? Then the goat was brought forward. If it bleated immediately, that was a yes. If it turned away or stayed silent, a no. If it charged the priest, better reschedule. Romans encountered this during their conquests, and surprisingly many didn't laugh it off. Instead, they absorbed the ritual. After all, if you're trying to govern a region, mocking their sacred goat is a great way to get a rebellion. Some governors went further. They began incorporating the goat's judgments into Roman court sessions, especially in remote towns where local customs held more sway than imperial law. Think of it as an early form of crowdsourced justice. Except the crowd was one horned, slightly grumpy mammal. One report describes a trial where 2 men accused each other of theft. The judge asked the goat for a sign. The goat walked to one man and urinated on his sandal. Case closed. Romans, it seems, could be pragmatic when convenient. But goats weren't just decision makers. They were also seen as symbols of clarity. In Druidic tradition, which influenced many Gallic provinces, goats were associated with the divine threshold, the edge between mortal confusion and sacred insight. Bleating wasn't noise. It was divine punctuation. Of course, not all Romans were comfortable with this. Some viewed it as backwoods nonsense. One senator visiting Gaul reportedly asked whether the goats could also balance his tax accounts. He was not invited back. Still, the sacred goat of Gaul had its moment. Statues were erected, priests trained to interpret subtle hoof movements. And in one town, goats were marched in public parades and offered wreaths. Not bad for an animal often associated elsewhere with demons or mischief. One tale, probably apocryphal, but deliciously strange, tells of a Roman general consulting a goat before launching a siege. The goat not only bleated, but turned and kicked a nearby tree. The priest declared this a double yes. The siege succeeded, and the goat was promoted to honorary camp guardian. Soldiers saluted it every morning. Was any of this accurate? Did goats truly channel divine wisdom? Or were they just hungry, unpredictable, and occasionally loud? Historians naturally disagree. Some argue it was performative politics. Others believe it reflected a genuine animistic connection to nature that Rome couldn't fully suppress. But here's the real question. Why did Rome, usually so rational on the surface, embrace this? Probably because goats, like omens, offered a kind of emotional logic. When politics failed, when planning felt thin, a good bleat gave people an answer. Maybe not a true one, but a satisfying one. And so in the forests of Gaul, while the empire stretched its banners and forts ever outward, local leaders kept consulting goats, and Rome, ever adaptable, made room for one more kind of prophecy. So next time you hear a goat at a petting zoo, lean in. Maybe it knows something you don't. Imagine strolling through ancient Rome and seeing a man in rags shout that Jupiter just texted him, and people stop to listen. Rome was surprisingly tolerant when it came to bizarre prophets, not just temple priests or trained augurs, but the really strange ones, wandering visionaries, ecstatic screamers, end times whisperers with wild hair and wilder predictions. The kind of people we might cross the street to avoid today. In ancient Rome, they sometimes got state funding. These fringe prophets, often referred to as vates magi or mantics, weren't always Roman by birth. Many came from the East Persia, Egypt, Judea. They brought foreign flair, cryptic rituals, and a deep confidence in their own connection to the divine. Did they bathe regularly? Questionable. Did they draw crowds? Absolutely. Some specialized in apocalypse, foretelling plagues, fires, or the fall of emperors. Others promised personal fortunes. You, yes you, with the crooked nose, shall inherit land if you burn a blue cloak by sunrise. Specific, theatrical, and strangely compelling. What's wild is how often the empire let it slide. Why? Because Romans, for all their power and roads and aqueducts, were deeply superstitious. These prophets filled a cultural gap somewhere between entertainment therapy and cosmic insurance. If your official priest said the gods were silent, but the street prophet claimed otherwise, well, just in case. Some emperors feared them. Nero, no stranger to paranoia, reportedly had dozens of seers executed after one predicted his downfall right before he actually did fall. Others, like Hadrian, flirted with mysticism themselves and hosted prophets for private readings. If a guy in a tunic says your aura glows purple and you'll defeat barbarians next week, why not believe him? Even respectable citizens visited these strange figures under cover of night. One senator confessed to sneaking out after curfew to ask a one-eyed drifter whether his daughter's marriage would bring disgrace. Spoiler, it did. The prophet felt very smug. And there were cult leaders. Oh, the cult leaders. Rome had more startup religions than tech companies have apps. Some based around ancient texts. Others around a guy named Felix, who claimed to be Jupiter's nephew, and once survived being buried alive. Briefly, did the state ever crack down? Yes, but selectively. When these prophets stirred political dissent or challenged imperial authority, directly Rome got nervous. Riots, after all, are hard to sweep up. But if the predictions stayed vague and theatrical, they added color to the imperial mosaic. And people remembered these characters. One prophet was known for balancing on one leg for hours while chanting riddles. Another wore a headdress made of cooked fish. A third, known simply as Gaius the Blue, drank only dyed water and spoke in poetic rhymes. Historians still can't agree if he was mad brilliant or mildly dehydrated. Some cities even adopted their local seer as a kind of mascot. One town minted coins featuring their favorite prophet waving a scroll surrounded by stars. Not bad for someone who likely didn't own shoes. Of course there were frauds. One man was caught charging people to hear personal prophecies he got from a talking goose. Turns out the goose just honked. The man was fined. The goose was honored with extra feed. Rome was nothing if not fair. And yet, through all this chaos, one truth emerges Romans wanted to believe. Whether in oracles, omens, or a barefoot man shouting on a street corner, in a world where emperors rose and fell, where plagues struck without warning, and where life could change overnight, sometimes the loudest, weirdest voice gave the most comfort. So next time someone on the street yells that the moon has secrets, don't scoff too quickly. You never know, he might just end up on a coin. Omens were helpful until they weren't, because sometimes the signs didn't whisper, they screamed, and Rome ignored them. Picture a grand procession. Priests in golden robes, incense clouding the air, senators nodding solemnly. Everything is perfect until someone notices a hawk circling left, or a dog howls mid-ceremony, or worse, the sacred chickens refuse their grain. And yet, no one calls it off. Just coincidence, someone mutters. And that's how Rome lost cities' wars and emperors, by ignoring their own omens. There's a curious irony in a society so obsessed with signs, so in tune with entrails and eclipses, that they also became experts at brushing them aside when inconvenient. Divine signals were helpful, sure, but only if they matched the planned itinerary. Take Crassus, the famously wealthy general. Before his disastrous campaign into Parthia, the omens were terrible. The sacrificial organs were deformed. A thunderclap interrupted his speech. His horse bit him, and yet he pressed on. Result one of Rome's worst military defeats. And Crassus's head ended up as a prop in a Parthian play. That's what we call a bad review. Or look at Pompey. Before the civil war against Caesar, he consulted augurs who advised delay. The birds weren't flying right. The skies were too quiet. Did he wait? Of course not. Straight into battle. Straight into exile. Straight into being remembered mostly as the other guy. Historians still argue, was this arrogance, desperation, or the ancient Roman equivalent of, I read the omens, but I read them differently? A divine interpretation loophole, convenient faith. One philosopher, Seneca, once wrote, "We believe omens when they flatter us. We ignore them when they scold." Wise words, especially from a man who also died after ignoring signs, including a dream about drowning in figs, which, oddly enough, foreshadowed his forced suicide and a botched attempt involving poison made from figs. And it wasn't just individuals. Entire cities misread or dismissed signs. In Pompeii, days before Vesuvius erupted, there were reports of tremors, strange animal behavior, and birds refusing to land. Locals joked about it. Temples held no extra sacrifices. And then ash, fire, silence. Sometimes the issue wasn't ignoring the sign, but interpreting it wrong. One emperor believed a red comet meant victory in Germania. He charged north. It actually foreshadowed rebellion at home. When he returned, his palace was burned, and someone else was wearing his sandals. Some even used fake omens to manipulate public fear. A popular tactic among ambitious senators: hire someone to announce a dream, or interpret a sneeze as a dire warning. We must raise taxes, Mars just coughed. This backfired too. One general fabricated an omen that predicted his victory. His troops, inspired, marched into a trap. The survivors staged a revolt and offered him to the gods themselves. The real omen: never fake the divine. Then there were the honest mistakes. A priest misread the entrails of a pig because he'd skipped breakfast and fainted. A rooster, meant for sacrifice, turned out to be female and laid an egg mid-ritual. A messenger slipped and announced a favorable goat instead of omen of growth. That city built a statue to the goat. It still stands. So why did Romans so invested in signs so often ignore them? Because humans are predictable. Hope, ambition, pride all louder than warnings, even divine ones. And sometimes the signs lied, or at least seemed to. A bad omen might precede a surprise victory. A good omen, a humiliating loss. It kept everyone guessing, and priests employed. One playwright summed it up best. The gods speak in riddles because certainty would ruin the drama. And oh, how Rome loved drama. So next time you see a warning sign, a weird dream, a flickering light, a goose looking at you too intently, maybe don't brush it off. Or do. But just know, history may one day tell your story as a cautionary tale. If someone commits a crime, punish a pig. Welcome to one of the most bizarre and unsettling corners of Roman belief. The idea that animals could carry human guilt and sometimes had to suffer for it. This wasn't just symbolic. In certain cases, animals stood trial. Real ritualistic proceedings complete with charges, witnesses, and penalties. If a pig wandered into a sacred space, if a dog barked during an important ceremony, if a rooster crowed at the wrong moment, it wasn't considered misbehavior. It was an offense, sometimes a capital one. The logic. In Rome's mystical political world, animals weren't innocent background noise. They were vessels, carriers of omens, reflections of cosmic balance. And if something in the world went wrong, an earthquake, a plague, a military disaster, someone or something had to take the fall. Enter the scapegoat. And yes, the term is literal. One of the most common forms of this belief was the ritual expulsion of guilt by transferring it to an animal, often a goat, sometimes a dog, or even a fish. These animals were then either sacrificed, exiled from the city, or in some cases, symbolically executed by drowning, stoning, or burning. One infamous festival, the Lupercalia, included rituals where goats were sacrificed and their skins fashioned into whips. Young men would then run through the city, gently striking women to promote fertility. Odd extremely, but the underlying logic was ancient animals absorb impurity. Beat it out, banish it, and the city remains pure. In some towns, if a building collapsed, mysteriously, officials would search for animals that had trespassed near the foundation. A lizard, a bird, a rat, any could be declared guilty of spiritual contamination. The poor creature was found judged and punished. Urban planning meets exorcism. One account tells of a donkey that brayed during a state execution. The crowd interpreted it as mockery from the gods. The donkey was seized, tied to a post, and well, let's just say, it never brayed again. Historians still debate whether this was religious fervor or collective embarrassment, but it wasn't all blood and punishment. Some rituals were more theatrical. In one purification rite, a guilty pig was paraded through town, smeared with ash, and then ceremonially released into the wilderness. It was banished, not killed. A pig in exile. There's probably a Disney film in there somewhere. These animal punishments weren't unique to Rome. Similar practices existed in ancient Greece, Persia, and even Egypt. The idea that impurity could be carried away by a living being had wide cultural roots. Rome simply codified it with flair. And it wasn't just animals. In rare, especially dire cases, statues and inanimate objects could be punished. A statue of Mars, after a failed military campaign, was flogged by order of a superstitious general. Why? Because Mars had clearly failed in his divine duty. Better luck next season, God of War. Of course, not everyone agreed with these practices. Philosophers mocked the idea that animals could bear guilt. Seneca once wrote, Shall we flog the wind next, or imprison the sea? But despite the sarcasm, even he attended the public animal rights. Because mockery was fine, just not disobedience. The real tragedy. Sometimes these rituals mask deeper injustices. A failed harvest blamed on a black dog. A sudden illness blamed on a snake in the temple. In many cases, the animal became a scapegoat for human failure or fear. Still, there's something strangely poetic about it, a civilization that built aqueducts and engineered politics with surgical precision. Also condemned goats for looking suspicious at the wrong moment. So next time your cat knocks something off the shelf, don't yell. Just be glad you don't live in Rome. You're halfway through a festival. The crowd is cheering. Dancers are twirling, incense fills the air. Then suddenly someone points skyward. A shadow crosses the sun. Silence falls. The gods are watching. In ancient Rome, few things had the power to stop a celebration like an eclipse. These weren't just celestial spectacles, they were messages, and not cheerful ones. When the heavens dimmed, so did optimism. Festivals were canceled, trials postponed, battles called off. Because if the gods had the audacity to shut off the sun mid-party, you'd better take the hint. Romans didn't exactly understand the astronomy behind eclipses. They couldn't Google, "Why is the sky broken?" Instead, they interpreted them as divine signals, usually of disapproval. An eclipse before a wedding, bad match. Before a Senate vote, political unrest. Before a military campaign, definitely not your day. One famous case in 190 BCE, just before a major naval battle between the Romans and the Seleucid Empire, a solar eclipse cast a chill over both fleets. The Romans hesitated. The Seleucids panicked. Result: Rome won. Divine timing, or psychological warfare delivered by the moon. But not all responses were so lucky. In 59 BCE, during a public assembly, a solar eclipse darkened the forum. The crowd erupted in confusion. Superstitious citizens fled. Debates dissolved into shouting matches. What was supposed to be a routine discussion about grain prices turned into something closer to apocalyptic street theater. Priests, of course, had a system. Upon an eclipse, immediate rituals followed sacrifices, purification rites, and lots of anxious consultation of the Sibylline books. Rome's ancient prophecies kept locked away for celestial emergencies. One eclipse, reportedly, led to the immediate sacrifice of 200 animals just to be extra sure the gods weren't planning something worse. Historians still argue whether some eclipses were used for political ends. Did ambitious senators plan key decisions around lunar forecasts? Did generals pray for a divine distraction before launching questionable plans? Probably. Because if the sun blacked out right as you proposed a tax increase, it wasn't your fault. It was divine fate. Some emperors leaned into the drama. Emperor Domitian, already known for his flair, claimed that an eclipse during his reign signified not doom, but transformation. He rebranded it in official poetry as a celestial cleansing. Critics rolled their eyes. Poets got raises. And eclipses weren't the only heavenly interruptions. Comets, falling stars, blood moons all got folded into Rome's cosmic decision matrix. But eclipses, they were the showstoppers. The mid-sentence drop the goblet, check your soul kind of events. And it wasn't just fear. There was awe, too. Some philosophers saw eclipses as reminders of nature's scale of forces beyond human control. Pliny the Elder, ever curious, attempted to document them accurately. He was mocked. Then later, posthumously praised after dying in a volcanic eruption. Timing again. Oddly, some parts of Rome treated eclipses like rare VIP guests. In one province, a lunar eclipse inspired spontaneous poetry readings and candlelight processions, a kind of moon sadness vibe, complete with lyres and melancholic grapes. Yet most of Rome preferred caution. If the sky turned dark at midday, people scurried indoors. Temple bells rang. Children were told to hush. Some families kept eclipse cloaks, ready garments believed to ward off sudden madness brought on by sky magic. Imagine a spiritual poncho for moments of cosmic anxiety, and after the eclipse passed, Rome resumed. Festivals restarted. Wine flowed. But you could always tell who'd been really shaken. They'd walk a little slower, talk a bit softer, wonder whether their personal sins had blotted out the sun for everyone. So next time, you wear solar eclipse glasses and snap photos of the moon, photobombing the sun. Remember, once upon a time, people dropped their prayers, canceled coronations, and whispered apologies to the universe. Because in ancient Rome, when the heavens dimmed, your next move mattered. Feathers, tusks, divine presence. In some Roman parades, the gods didn't ride chariots, they waddled. It's not every day you see a peacock treated better than a senator, or an elephant dressed in gold bowing before a temple. But in Rome, some emperors didn't just revere animals, they deified them. Literal holy beasts, blessed, adored, and sometimes worshipped more devoutly than actual gods. Let's start with the peacock. Associated with the goddess Juno, this extravagant bird symbolized immortality and divine vision. Why? Because Romans believed the peacock's flesh didn't decay after death. Spoiler, it did. But no one told the priests. The eyes on its feathers said to represent the stars of themselves. Result: elite Roman households sometimes kept peacocks not as pets, but as living relics. Emperor Domitian loved them. He filled his palace gardens with peacocks and declared that their cries were the voices of heaven. He also reportedly fined servants who startled them. Imagine losing a week's wages because you surprised a divine bird mid-strut. Now let's go bigger: elephants. These mighty animals, imported at great cost from North Africa and India, were more than just military tanks. They became walking temples. Some emperors paraded elephants through cities draped in silk, with priests riding atop them, scattering flower petals and proclaiming their wisdom. No, the elephants didn't talk, but the people sure believed they understood. Julius Caesar, ever the showman, once staged a public spectacle featuring trained elephants bowing before images of the gods. The crowd reportedly wept. Some swore they saw the elephants pray. Historians are understandably skeptical, but the performance stuck in Roman memory for decades, and elephants weren't just for parades. In rare cases, an especially docile elephant might be adopted by a temple-fed, ritually anointed with oils, even whispered prayers. It became a kind of living shrine, with a really big footprint. Of course, not every animal-turned holy figure had such splendor. Some were chosen based on signs: a rooster that crowed at the right moment, a lamb that refused to eat grass but walked into a temple. These quirks, when well-timed, transformed barnyard residents into minor miracles. One particularly strange case involves a goat that survived a lightning strike. Locals proclaimed it sacred. It was given a collar of gold free reign over a public garden and official city protection. When it died from overeating, the city held a funeral procession larger than most senators received. You'd think these animal cults would provoke outrage, but in a culture where divine messages were hidden in every feather and hoofprint, they made sense. If the gods could use chickens to speak, why not live in a peacock? Of course, not everyone was a fan. Stoic philosophers rolled their eyes. One writer sarcastically suggested Rome build a shrine to sneezing cats next, but those critiques rarely stuck. Emotion and spectacle almost always won. Even outside Rome, this pattern continued. In Egypt, where animal deification was already common, Roman governors began adopting local customs. Crocodiles, ibises, and even beetles became holy ambassadors. One temple in Alexandria kept a sacred ibis that locals believed healed wounds by simply walking past you. No evidence that it worked, but people lined up anyway. Eventually, the imperial court began keeping a list of recognized sacred animals. They weren't official gods, but they were close. Mess with one, and you could be fined, exiled, or worse. In one case, a boy who accidentally tripped a sacred dog was forced to fund a statue in its honor. The statue, still partially standing today. It's tempting to laugh, but at its core, this tradition reveals something touching in a chaotic world where emperors rose and fell, like the tide people sought constancy in nature. Animals were pure, honest, and sometimes, when the sky was dark and omens confusing, the peacock's cry felt closer to the divine than any priest's sermon. So if you ever see a pigeon puff up its chest like royalty, maybe give it a little bow, just in case. What do you get when you mix government funding, vague predictions, and theatrical mumbling, a Roman oracle with a state salary? In the Roman Empire, spiritual insight wasn't just sacred, it was budgeted. Temples, oracles, and prophetic institutions often received public funding, because when the gods were silent, someone had to speak on their behalf, and preferably not on an empty stomach. These weren't just fringe mystics in back alleys. Many oracles operated from lavish temples staffed by full-time attendants, overseen by state officials, and consulted before major decisions. Whether it was founding a colony going to war or building a new aqueduct, someone somewhere usually asked a professional, "What does the Divine Yelp Review say?" One of the most famous, the Sibylline books. Not a person, but a collection of prophecies kept under tight security and consulted only during emergencies. Earthquakes, plagues, unusual weather. Crack open the books, decode a cryptic verse, and follow the instructions. One entry allegedly read, "When fire dances in the east and water sings, beware the silent stone." Interpret that however you like. But there were also real people, living, breathing prophets on payroll. The Sibyls, for example. These were female oracles scattered across the empire, known for cryptic speech, distant stares, and a habit of speaking in riddles. Some were so respected that emperors traveled hundreds of miles to hear their mumbled advice. And yes, there were receipts. The Oracle of Delphi wasn't Roman per se, but Rome loved her. Generals sent gifts. Senators made pilgrimages. Emperors bribed priests for early access. One tale claims Nero visited Delphi in disguise, hoping for a private prophecy. The priestess recognized him anyway and fainted. Nero called it a sign. Historians call it awkward. Even lesser-known oracles got perks. State-sponsored wine, exemption from taxes, housing near temples. Some were considered untouchable literally. Touching a seer mid-trance could be punished by exile, or depending on the mood, mild public humiliation. Think toga inside out and forced apologies to the gods. Of course, not every oracle was deeply spiritual. Some were excellent actors. One in northern Italy built a hollow statue of Apollo and delivered prophecies through a tube Wizard of Oz style. When discovered, he claimed it was performance art. Surprisingly, he kept his job. And then there were the temple accountants. These unsung heroes managed the finances of oracular institutions. Donations, bribes or offerings, property grants, livestock payments. Some oracles became absurdly wealthy. One temple in Ephesus reportedly owned half the vineyards in the region. Divine wisdom paid in grapes. But there was a catch: being on the imperial payroll meant your prophecies needed balance. Too many doom-laden visions, and you risked losing favor. Too many cheerful predictions, and people stopped believing you. The best oracles, masters of vagueness. Great darkness will follow great light works in any season and under any emperor. Some Romans, unsurprisingly, grew cynical. Cicero once quipped, "If the gods truly speak through the Sibyl, then they must enjoy riddles more than Romans enjoy wine." Harsh. But many citizens agreed and still lined up to hear their fortune. The most fascinating part: even as Christianity rose and challenged Rome's older spiritual systems, state-funded oracles lingered. Some were rebranded as holy visionaries. Others adapted their rituals to sound less pagan. A few simply vanished into the countryside predicting rain and inheritance disputes until nobody cared anymore. Yet the idea never died, that someone somewhere could talk to the universe on your behalf if you tipped them well enough. So next time you hear someone make a wild prediction about the stock market, the weather, or your love life, ask, are they channeling divine insight or just trying to keep their job? You're walking at dusk, and suddenly your shadow stretches longer than it should. In ancient Rome, that wasn't just eerie. That was destiny. Among the strangest beliefs to shape the empire was this: that shadows weren't just tricks of light. They were messages, indicators, omens of fate woven into your outline. When the sun moved differently, when a shadow bent oddly, or when it vanished altogether, Romans paid attention. Closely. At its peak, Rome didn't just observe shadows, it followed them. It might sound like superstition's final frontier, but to Romans, shadows were as meaningful as dreams birds or bleeding goats. Entire buildings were designed to monitor them. Temples aligned to solar angles. Obelisks erected not just for grandeur, but as celestial clocks. They didn't just tell time. They whispered warnings. The most famous, the Solarium Augusti, a giant sundial built by Emperor Augustus using an imported Egyptian obelisk as its gnomon, the part that casts the shadow. Every solstice, every equinox, its shadow traced a path over carefully inscribed markers. It was both monument and message board. When the shadow behaved, so did the gods. But if the shadow misbehaved, that got attention. Records describe days when the sun's position was wrong. Shadows fell crooked or vanished at the wrong hour. Priests interpreted these as divine disapproval, sometimes predicting famine, death, or betrayal. One senator reportedly canceled a marriage because the bride's shadow bent backwards at noon. She later joined a convent. Probably a wise move. Some citizens even practiced personal shadow reading. Before signing contracts or embarking on travel, they checked their reflection on the ground. A long, sharp-edged shadow was good. A broken or faint one delay everything. This was DIY astrology, but more dramatic. And let's not forget umbra animarum, the shadow of souls. A belief that the dead cast lingering shadows where they once walked. Cemeteries were designed with narrow walkways so shadows wouldn't fall where they weren't supposed to. It was all about keeping divine geometry undisturbed. Naturally, not everyone was on board. Pliny the Younger dismissed shadow reading as foolishness for those who fear the sun more than judgment. But even he kept his windows angled to match the solarium. Just in case. One general delayed a campaign into Dacia, because his horse's shadow bent unnaturally for 2 days. The army camped. The weather turned. A landslide struck the intended route. The general claimed divine timing. His horse was rewarded with an extra ration of figs. And sometimes the shadows seemed to speak to crowds. During a public execution, a solar eclipse darkened the forum, stretching everyone's silhouette across the blood-stained stones. Witnesses called it a divine shadow laid over human violence. The emperor later commuted several sentences, claiming the shadows had voted. Historians still debate, was this all metaphor gone rogue? Or did Romans genuinely feel that light and darkness worked like a cosmic telegram system? Either way, shadow omens left a mark, sometimes literally. Artists carved shadow shapes into frescoes. Poets used them as metaphors for lost prophecy or longing. And in one odd case, a baker swore his shadow predicted earthquakes. When it tilted toward the oven, he said tremors followed. He became a minor celebrity. His bread, reportedly, mediocre. But here's the enduring truth in Rome. Nothing was just what it seemed. A bird, a dream, a dying goat, a talking cow, all had layers, meaning, messages. And in that world, your shadow was never just your outline. It was your reflection, your warning, your ghost. A quiet reminder that you walk beneath the gaze of watchful gods. So next time your shadow stretches a little longer than expected, maybe pause, maybe look twice. Because Rome believed the divine doesn't always shout. Sometimes it just darkens the ground. And now, as the echoes of omens and ancient whispers fade, you find yourself drifting gently through time's long corridors. The sacred chickens have eaten, the goats have bleated their judgments, and even the shadows have retreated into the night. The emperors are silent, the temples are still, and somewhere in a dusty Roman archive, a scroll rests quietly filled with records of talking cows and divine peacocks. Let your breath slow. Let the weight of marble columns and soft animal murmurs dissolve into calm. Whether or not you believe in signs, whether you trust the fluttering of a bird or the silence of a dream, you've walked tonight, where emperors feared and hoped, where fate hung on feathers, entrails, and moonlight. If this tale helped you drift into the past or into sleep, share your time and city below. And whisper to me whose forgotten story should echo next.